I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order and begin with a roll call. Okay.
Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Dr. Solte. Here. Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Birch.
Here.
Ms. Drummond. Here. Ms. Osiander. Here. Ms. Johnston. Here. Mr. Flynn. Ms. Gray Jackson. Honored to be here. Mr. Clayman.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Very good. Mr. Clayman, would you lead us in the pledge, please? We have 3 sets of minutes before us. A motion would be great.
About a date.
Move to
Where are the dates?
and
Second.
all right. Dr. Selcraig moved the minutes of August 11th, and it was seconded. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of August 11th are accepted.
25th. Madam Chair, move to approve the minutes of August 25th.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the minutes of the regular meeting of August 25th are accepted.
Move to approve the minutes of September 15th.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the minutes for the regular meeting of September 15th, 2009 are accepted. Thank you very much. And the clerk asks me to remind you all to please clock in on the board when you're making a motion so that we can keep track of it. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, do you have anything you'd like to tell us at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good productive work session on Friday, getting through the first half of the departments and the budget overview, and appreciated all the good questions from the Assembly, and hopefully we're getting your answers to you that were queried that day. We also, coming up next week, of course, have the, under our Energy Watch program, our test of whether we can truly conserve energy given enough notice, and I'll let Mr. Vacalis speak to that just a little bit more if that's okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Starting tomorrow, you'll start seeing an awful lot of advertisements and education on energy conservation and what folks can do to cut down on energy use should we come into a situation where there may be a shortage of natural gas for a particular period of time this winter. So through the education process throughout this week, this month, and the rest of the year, we will be encouraging folks to participate. We've met with all of the big energy users one-on-one and have encouraged them to come up with programs within their organizations to basically curtail the use of energy should they be called upon to do so. To see how effective we are and how much we can actually reduce on energy, we're running a test on the 21st from 6 o'clock in the evening till 8 o'clock in the evening. And then we'll measure how successful folks can be, to include businesses and large activities in cutting down electricity during that 2-hour period of time. That will give us a pretty good indicator as to, if something was to occur, what we could perhaps count on from the public and other users. So hopefully it will be a good test. Hopefully we'll have a lot of participation, and there will be a lot more to follow between now and the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Mayor?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. It's my pleasure to be one of the first, or maybe not one of the first, but to welcome AFN. They're coming back to Anchorage on the 19th through the 25th. We do have a resolution officially welcoming them on our agenda this evening. Also would like to announce upcoming work sessions. On the 23rd, we are going to be continuing our discussion with the various departments about budget impacts, and that will be from 12 to 2, and I'm assuming that's also in the mayor's conference room on the 8th floor of City Hall, if anyone would like to attend. Right before that, we're having another work session that is about, from the Housing and Development Work Group, to talk about housing trends, and this is from an offshoot of some of the work that was done with Dr. Selcraig's committee. The following week, on the 30th, we'll be having a work session on our capital budgets, and that will also be from 12 to 2 in the same location.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I couldn't hear you on the time on the one on the 23rd.
There's one from 11 to 12 on housing trends.
Yeah.
And then from 12 to 2 on the budget.
Thank you very much.
Just a moment. That's on the 23rd.
That's,
We also have one on the 16th.
Hold on.
but that one's already noticed, right?
I was going off the calendar that's in front of me. All right. I beg your pardon. We do also have one on the 16th, and that's when we're going to be continuing the discussion with the various departments. And then I misspoke entirely because that's also the date for the workforce housing. It's this Friday.
Oh,
So I apologize profusely. I wrote the wrong date down in my notes. So this Friday, 11 to 12, workforce housing, 12 to 2 budget. And then after that, on the 23rd is 12 to 2 budget. And then also on the 30th is 12 to 2 budget. Okay?
probably not.
Regarding our agenda this evening, I'd just like to note that there was a printing error on item 9 Delta 3. This is Memorandum 547, the change order number 3 on Totem Sports Field. There was a printed page that was not related to the memorandum itself, so please discard that. Additionally, if you would like to speak to us regarding extended closing hour for bars, that is the last item on our agenda, or close to it, at 14L. The sponsor has announced that there's some more work he'd like to do on this, so you'll be able to speak to us, but the Assembly will not be voting on that item this evening until we see the second version coming. I think that's all I have in the terms of announcements, so we'll go down with individual member reports. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Coffey, you had a question before?
No,
Or
you
statement?
answered it. It was on the work session.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig, you had a question or comment?
I just wanted to note that one item wasn't included in the regular agenda having to do with the 6-year strategy associated with our budget. And I know that there are, I actually let people know that we didn't know when it would be on, and I expect that I'm assuming that there'll be an opportunity to speak again at our next meeting. But there might be 1 or 2 people here this evening.
It's on the agenda.
I know, but the issue is that because it wasn't noticed, I think it was problematic. I think people didn't see it and didn't come. So I'll talk. But what I'm suggesting is possibly, I see it's been placed as M on the agenda, and that maybe we can consider for the few people who are here, we could maybe work to move that up.
All right. So you may move to continue.
Yes,
that.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing nothing further, Mr. Coffey, do you want to start with reports?
Yes. 2 things. The Energy Committee has a work session tomorrow morning. We're continuing to review the general issues relative to energy from across the South Central region. And tomorrow's an effort to sort of refocus us a little bit. We're going to hear from NSTAR, which has a new contract in front of the RCA, and they wanted to make a presentation to us. And then we're going to have sort of a wide-ranging discussion based on the issues that are coming down, like the IRPs, and the Gretzky issue, and so on and so forth. And it's a lot of information, but it's being done by people in the state legislature or the Alaska Energy Authority or at the RCA, and so we're just keeping ourselves informed And the purpose tomorrow's meeting will be predominantly to address the RCA and its processes and procedures and how it may have some effect on our energy situation here in South Central. And then we'll probably have some sort of report on that one when we're done. That's on the Energy Task Force. Now, the other one is the Title 21. We're continuing our weekly meetings. We'll meet again tomorrow. And as everyone knows, 3 portions of Chapter 7 are up for approval, and we're prepared with a bunch of amendments, and you should have some documentation. I'll go over that when we come to the matter on the agenda, so make sure everybody's got the same sheets of paper so we're talking about the same thing, and give you some instructions on where to find all the stuff in that bound volume that costs way too much money. Other than that, there we are. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, and the Thursday meeting will be continuing a discussion on the matter before us so we can get it cleaned up for when we bring it here the following week and probably the week after that. Thank you.
That's so great.
As the chair has mentioned, there'll be a work session on Friday to roll out the findings of the Community and Economic Development Work Group on housing. And at this point, I don't believe they're going to come with a whole lot of strong recommendations. It's mostly a body of information that gives us an insight into what's happening to our workforce housing, and actually demonstrating that we're losing a substantial tax base to the Valley, and also a fair amount of business. I think it's pretty significant information in terms of thinking about what our future goals are in the community, particularly in terms of how we're going to have to come up with some strategies to make sure our kids have places to live in this town that they can afford and that are the quality that they're looking for. So I'm hoping that you'll attend. I think the information's pretty strong. Also, it's pretty interesting. We'll get a glimpse into some of the economic development strategies that are going on in the Valley that they've actually incorporated into their economic development strategies that have to do with capturing some of our resources. So I think it's a heads up for us.
Thank you very much. Mr. Starr?
No report from ethics or elections.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a Public Safety Committee meeting scheduled for tomorrow. I'd like to inform you and the clerk that we're going to cancel that. I had planned to talk a little bit about proposed changes to the traffic code. They're not ready yet. So the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Public Safety Committee is November the 11th. That's a Wednesday, noon to 1, City Hall Assembly Conference Room, and we will take it up at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kleiman, you had a question on that?
Yes, in terms of the next meeting, unless my memory's failing, the 11th of November is Veterans Day?
That may be correct.
And I would actually ask as chair of the committee that you pick a different day than Veterans Day.
I will do that. I retract the November 11th date. I'll pick another date somewhere in that vicinity. Thank you, Mr. Kleiman. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
Mr. Birch?
See, we do have a Chamber of Commerce Board meeting on this coming Friday. I would note for those that didn't have an opportunity to participate on the Monday Make It Monday Forum at the Chamber of Commerce this week, that the mayor gave a great presentation on the first 100 days of his involvement with the city, and I'd say it was very constructive. It was a well-attended session. And I think I gave a good overview of what we have to look forward to. Thank you.
Drummond?
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Ms. Johnson?
The Finance Committee will be meeting on Thursday in room 155, and we'll have a report from Mr. Rada as far as the pools, and we will also be discussing a resolution to the school district as far as what we're expecting from them as they go forward with their budget. Thank you.
Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coffey and I attended, as the ex officio members, the Anchorage Community Development Authority meeting, I think it was last week. You all should have received their annual reports in the mail in the last day or so. I would direct your attention to page 9 of the financials, where their operating loss for 2007 was $585,000, and for 2008 is $711,000. Now, they are cash flowing. They are producing positive cash flow. However, their depreciation expense for both years is just shy of $1.5 million, hence the operating loss. The effect of this is that should we need to replace or add new parking in Anchorage, without general funds or bond monies, the ACDA will not be able to do that. So it's something, they have some ideas of how they'd like to improve their bottom line, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from them in the future, but it was certainly an eye-opener for me, and I encourage each of you to familiarize yourself with this entity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Clayman?
Briefly note, one of the committees that that we actually need to get it on as an identified assembly committee is the Airport Communications Committee, which we had our first meeting in September, and I'll speak with you about that after tonight's meeting, but the next meeting is scheduled for early December 9th. It's a committee with different people from the west side, and of course what the airport is doing continues to be a topic of great concern in the community, and so I just wanted to let you know this is a committee that was started back in June when I was serving as mayor of the community, and it's had a lot of interest in the community. There was actually a state senate committee hearing about what the airport is up to, and I will make sure that we get that on our assembly calendar as well as the city's calendar so the public is more aware when that meeting is taking place.
Thank you very much. I see Representative Stoltz in the audience. I'd like to welcome him to our chambers. At this point, we have the addendum before us, and there are also laid on the table items.
Move to incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table items, Madam Chair.
Is there objection to incorporation? Seeing none, that's incorporated. All right. At this point, I'm going to read the items on the addendum that we just incorporated. 9C1 is Assembly Memorandum 551. This is a recommendation of award to Fleet One LLC for providing fleet fueling cards and billing services, and Shoreside Petroleum for providing on-site delivery and wet hose fueling services to the tune of $3,550,000. Item D14, this is AM 552. This is change order number 2 to purchase order number 294148 with Cat's Eye Excavating Incorporated for a water service upgrade project, $190,969.91. Items for introduction, F11, Ordinance 122, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 8.15.010, and the fine table, Section 14.60.030, to add a civil violation alternative for thefts under $50, excluding alcoholic beverages, with a public hearing of October 27th. F12, Assembly Memorandum 553, Board of Adjustment appointment of John Haxby. Public comment and period goes through October 27th. F13, Assembly Memorandum 554, Board of Adjustment alternate appointment of Robert B. Stewart. Public comment period extending through October 27th. F14, Assembly Memorandum 555, Planning and Zoning Commission appointments of Stacy Dean, Bruce Phelps, and James Frederick. Public comment period extending through October 27th. F15, Assembly Memorandum 556, Plating Board appointment of Jody Moses, comment extending through October 27th. F16, Assembly Memorandum 559, Plating Board appointments of Steve Abel and Ken Fuller, public comment through 10/27. F17, Assembly Memorandum 560, Urban Design Commission appointments of Jeff Dunwitty and Andrew Garsha, public comment through 10/27. F18, Assembly Memorandum 557, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors appointment of Ronald L. Baird, public comment through October 27th. F19, Assembly Memorandum 558, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors appointments of Terry Parks and Dick Stallone, public comment through 10/27. There will be a new public hearing that was previously mentioned in comment on Resolution 244. This is a resolution adopting the 2010 through 2015 six-year fiscal program, and that will be on our agenda this evening. Additionally, we have a resolution for action, which will be A2 on the agenda, Resolution 249, this is a resolution welcoming the delegates to the 44th Annual Alaska Federation of Natives Convention, October 22nd through 24th, and the First Alaskan Institute Elders and Youth Conference, October 19th through 20th at the Dena'ina Convention Center. Also, for your information, included is an AIM for the Title 21 discussion we'll have this evening, and that's proposed amendments for Chapter 7, Section 060, 070, and 080. With that, the consent agenda with those items included is before us.
Move to approve.
Thank you. I will go down and see what items people would like to discuss. Mr. Clayman, starting with you.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9 Apple 1.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9 Alpha 2.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston? Ms. Drummond?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Birch?
No items.
Mr. Gutierrez?
9 Echo 2, Madam Chair.
9 Echo 2. Mr. Starr?
No items.
Mr. Selkirk? Mr. Coffey?
9 Delta 3 on the main agenda to declare a conflict.
9 Delta 3. All right. With that, is there objection to approving? Oh, let me read through the items that were pulled. So they're short enough. I think everybody probably got them tonight. Both A1 and A2 have been pulled. And then on the regular agenda, Delta 3 and Echo 2. All right. Is there any objection to approving the rest of the consent agenda, less those items? Seeing no objection, the rest of the consent agenda is approved unanimously. And I'm scanning to see if we have any appointments here. I don't believe we do. Okay. All right. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve AR 2009-248.
Second.
Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. Are you reading?
I'm reading, Madam Chair.
All right. Is there someone here to accept a proclamation for domestic violence awareness? Very good.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2009 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and encouraging the citizens of Anchorage to work together to eliminate domestic violence crimes in our community. Whereas in the United States, 1 in 4 women will experience domestic violence in her lifetime. Whereas domestic violence is not limited to female victims. Whereas almost 75% of Alaskans have experienced or know someone who has experienced domestic violence or sexual assault. And whereas the cost of domestic violence exceeds $5.8 billion each year, including $4.1 billion for direct medical and mental health services. And whereas the Alaska Violent Death Reporting System 2003 through 2005 summary report released in 2008 under the Alaska Department of Health and Social Services shows that 22% of the homicides in Alaska are domestic violence related. And whereas domestic violence affects every person within the municipality of Anchorage, whether as a victim or survivor of domestic violence, or as the family member, significant other, neighbor, or co-worker of a victim or survivor of domestic violence. And whereas many local citizens are working to provide quality services and assistance to domestic violence survivors through programs including education, crisis hotlines, support, comfort, and advocacy services. And whereas due to the prevalence of domestic violence crimes, we must work together as a community to increase public awareness and to educate our population about domestic violence prevention measures. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes October 2009 Domestic Violence Awareness Month and encourages the citizens of Anchorage to work together to eliminate crimes of domestic violence in our community.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Matthews, and I'm the shelter manager at Awake, which is the local domestic violence program in Anchorage. I'm honored to be here and accept this on behalf of the whole Coalition on Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Every year, many community members from different agencies come together to form awareness activities and events in our communities to really bring awareness about domestic violence as an issue. We definitely couldn't do it just as Awake. We need the help of our whole community to highlight the need for services in our community and to honor the victims and survivors of domestic abuse. As been in the recent media, Awake has been at our overcapacity for a good portion of our year, which is pretty unfortunate. The most unfortunate part about that is about half of our population are children. Awake has helped in the shelter part about 900 people, and like I said, half being children. Our staff has responded to nearly 1,500 crisis calls and about 8,000 other calls for types of services. I just want to thank you for bringing awareness to domestic violence in this forum, and hope that we can work together to eliminate domestic violence in our community and make it unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item for us, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd move to approve item 9A2.
Is there anyone here who could, I'm sorry? Oh. Is there any objection to approval? Seeing none, that matter is approved. Is there anyone here who could accept a resolution about AFN? Could you come down forward, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly of Mayor Dan Sullivan to welcome delegates to the 44th Annual Alaska Federation of Natives Convention, October 22 through 24, 2009, and to the First Alaskan Institutes of Elders and Youth Conference, October 19 and 20, at the Dena'ina Convention Center. Whereas the municipality of Anchorage is honored to host the 2009 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention, scheduled for October 22 through 24 at the Dena'ina Convention Center, and extends the warmest hospitality to delegates from across Alaska. And whereas the 44th AFN Convention theme is Northern Dreams, Our Historic Journey Continues, and whereas the First Alaskan Institute's Elders and Youth Conference, Generations of Wisdom, Generations of Strength, is scheduled October 19 through 20, preceding the AFN Convention, bringing together more than 1,000 elders and youth from rural and urban Alaska to network and discuss important issues to encourage the maintaining of traditional Native values and practices while thriving in the modern world. And whereas the Alaska Federation of Natives is the largest statewide Native organization in Alaska, representing 178 villages, 13 Native corporations, and 12 regional nonprofit and tribal consortiums, the mission of AFN is to enhance and promote the cultural, economic, and political voice of the Alaska Native community. And whereas the AFN Convention brings an estimated 5,000 people from all parts of Alaska to Anchorage, and whereas Anchorage cherishes the rich cultural diversity that Alaska's Native people contribute to our city and to our state, and values its role as Alaska's largest Native village. And whereas Anchorage and the entire state are enriched by the week-long dialogue, which is broadcast live by radio, television, and webcast. And whereas all Anchorage residents are encouraged to extend a warm welcome to AFN delegates, now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves to recognize and honor the traditions and knowledge of Alaska's Native peoples and to encourage the citizens of Anchorage to welcome our out-of-town neighbors to Alaska's largest city.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
honorable members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of the Alaska Federation of Natives, its membership, its board of directors, and its co-chairs, and the president, it is a privilege and honor to be accepting this resolution, recognizing the significance of the AFN Convention and what the AFN Convention has brought to the city of Anchorage. For those of you who may not be aware of this, the AFN Convention delegates and their spouses, I believe, create one of the biggest economic short-term booms to the municipality of Anchorage and the businesses that are located in this community. Mr. Mayor, it is my hope that the passage of this resolution welcoming the AFN Convention delegates to the municipality of Anchorage is a beginning of a long-term working relationship between AFN and the Alaska Native community at large to deal with issues that are common not only within the Native community but within the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you very much on behalf of our AFN leadership and the delegates who will be coming to attend the 44th Annual Convention of the Alaska Federation of Natives. Thank you.
A couple of people who'd like to speak to you. If you just wait a minute, please. Dr. Selkirk?
I just want to say thank you. I think this body, it really does appreciate AFN and what it brings to our community. And in that context, throughout the year, the ideas come up and we talk about ways potentially of connecting. And at one point, we had a lot of discussion about our pools, and it seemed to me it might be at some point a wonderful opportunity to come up with an opportunity for students to come into town and learn to swim if they don't have a chance. So, I mean, those are just ideas. I think that the conversation is open, and we're interested in your ideas, and I know that the mayor is looking forward to working with you, and I know this body is too. And I hope you extend a thank you to the board. We recognize the value and the meaning of the AFN in our community. Thanks. It's nice to see you.
Dr. Selkirk,
my friend.
It was a privilege knowing your mother.
Thank you.
You know, I might be dating myself.
Me too.
But I think she's very proud of what she has instilled upon you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Selkirk, we too hope that we can have that kind of working relationship and dialogue.
Great.
From here on.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, thank you. Well, it's a real honor for me to have for the opportunity of my first time as mayor to welcome AFN to Anchorage next week, and I look forward to addressing the convention and enjoying some of the cultural displays and celebrations. And I want you to know that we are working very diligently with our partners at ACVB and the Downtown Partnership, the local merchants, and all the departments of the city. And we are going to do our best to make this the best convention ever, and you've got our commitment to that. So I look forward to seeing everyone next week.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We are also looking forward to that working relationship. And I think one of the biggest things that our folks from our villages will appreciate is the welcome that is being extended tonight. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item before us is 9 Delta 3. Mr. Coffey?
Since I'm declaring a conflict, I'd like
Need a
somebody else to
motion
move it.
from someone.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr.
Madam
Coffey.
Chair, this was a matter handled by the law firm of which I am of counsel. Given certain circumstances, I was consulted on this, and because of that consultation and the advice I gave as an attorney, I believe it would be inappropriate for me to vote on this matter.
All right. I'm going to then just ask that I'm going to say that you have a conflict and don't participate unless there's an objection from the body on that. Is there any discussion on this item? Is there any objection to this item? Hearing and seeing none, the matter is approved 10-0. Thank you very much. All right. Next item before us is 9E2. Mr. Gutierrez?
Move to approve.
Go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question on the second page to the administration. Actually, the second item on the second page, Pathfinder Aviation provides short-term helicopter charters. What's the nature of those charters? What was that used for?
There we go. Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez, basically it's a contract with AWW and ML&P. It's a standby helicopter that you only pay for if you have to use it. Should there be a major break in a line, either an overhead line or a water main, they have the ability to basically traverse the line, find it, and or access it. So we only pay if we have to use that service.
Thank you very much. That's all, Madam Chair.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, is there any objection to acceptance? Seeing no objection, that matter is accepted. Thank you very much. That concludes the consent agenda in record time. I'll have you note. And I'm going to then move right into old business. The first item before us is 11A. There is no motion pending on that.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move to amend the item in line 8. This was misprinted as School Budget Advisory Commission. The individual is actually appointed to the Anchorage Community Development Authority.
Need a second? Is there objection to that amendment? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is approved. The matter is back before us. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. The next item before it.
Move to approve.
Excuse me, 11C. And
Second.
Right. The clerk's reminding me to remind you again to please use the buttons to click in. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that plating board appointment is approved unanimously. Is Mr. Young here? Okay. And everyone else, we already know, and we thank them for their service. All right. At this point, then, let's go into the continued public hearings. The first item before us is...
Madam Chair, you can't start before 6.
Well, I was just... Oh, my. All right. Hearing and seeing that, I'm going to declare a 20-minute recess because we're stuck. We have nothing to do for 20 minutes by code here. We're in recess until 6. Excuse me. I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. We are now at item 13A on our agenda. I'd like to apologize. We're having some technical problems with our screen here. So if you really want to see how a vote occurs, or if you want to see the item that we're on the agenda, you may have to turn around in your seats and look at the back screen because that one's working. So my apologies for that. All right. At this time, I'm going to open a public hearing on 13A, and I'm going to ask if there might be a motion to combine the public hearings for 13A and B, since there is there objection to doing that? All right, seeing none, that's what we'll do. If you'd like to speak to the Anchorage Assembly about the Alaska AWW, the Anchorage Wastewater Utility, AWWU, their capital improvement budget, if you'd like to speak to us on that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing on both AO 98 and AO 99 is closed.
Move to approve.
98? And Ms. Gray Jackson seconded. Correct? All right. I saw it on the screen. Thank you. All right. Is there discussion on 13A? Hearing and seeing no discussion, is there objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, 13A, the capital improvement wastewater improvements project budget is approved unanimously.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the AO 99, AWU capital improvement budget for water improvements is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 13C. This is an ordinance regarding fees for excessive police responses. I talked to the sponsor during our break, and she has announced an intention to continue this for 2 weeks. So if you speak now, you will be unable to speak to the matter later. However, I'm going to open the public hearing at this time. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us about a change in Code 880 regarding fees for excessive police responses? Anybody who'd like to speak to us on that matter? Hearing and seeing none. Dr. Tucker?
I'd like to move to continue this till our next meeting. I'm in conversation with the police department right now. We want to make sure we've addressed some kind of critical issues, and we still need a little more consultation.
Is there objection to continuation? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is continued until our next meeting. The next item before us is 14A. This is Ordinance 112. This is an ordinance amending code regarding prohibited acts aboard a public transportation vehicle. So if you'd like to speak to us about behavior on buses, now's the time. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 14B. This is AO 114. It's provisionally adopting new sections of 21.07.060, 070, 090, and 100. This is Title 21, and it's relating to connectivity, neighborhood protection standards, landscaping, screening, fences, off-street parking and loading, and exterior lighting. If you would like to speak to us, and dumpsters. So if you would like to speak to us on that matter, please come forward. You have to start, you'll have 3 minutes, you have to speak in the microphone, and you have to begin by announcing your name for the record.
My name is Ralph Gooditz. I live in Anchorage on Lakeshore Drive. My concern is with some of the provisions you have in, I think it's 21090, for automatic parking machines. I've just finished permitting a project near Seattle that includes an automatic parking machine, and I'm in the exploratory stages of a project here in Anchorage that would have a 90-space automatic parking machine. My primary concern is you have provision that these systems must be operated as attendant parking. I spent the last 3 years going all over the world studying these systems, and I think I'm relatively proficient in them. There's no need for attendant parking in most of these systems unless you open them up to public access and have occasional casual users such as tourists in them. You will make the systems economically totally impractical if you require a staff of attendants 24/7. In particular, this is the section.
Yeah, it will help us in general if you can tell us specifically what section you're concerned about.
Section M9D, Mike 9 Delta.
Which version is he reading from? Perhaps he could give us a page.
It's page 79.
What's
on
the date on the bottom right? I'm over here on your right-hand side.
Oh, page 79 on the copy that I got off the website.
Which one are you looking at? The one that is in front of us, just for everybody's information, is dated September 29, 2009. It's attachment E in that bound 3 in that bound volume. And you are talking about what subsection, sir? I'm sorry, Adam.
D. M9D. There are also other sections earlier that reference the same kind of issue.
It's page 82.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was reading what you were talking about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And the immediately 2 sections earlier, subsection B as in Bravo, mentions that the system shall be exempt from parking space, stall, and aisle dimensions. There really ought to be exemptions from other things such as ventilation, lighting, and a fully automated mechanical parking systems. They're typically run as lights-out facilities. There's no need for stairways for people to get out because they never go into it. Their vehicles go in unattended, and there's no need for having the lights on. These are generally very green machines. I've talked with Tom Davis, one of your planning people, about this, and at length, actually, for about the last year. So he's familiar with these issues.
We basically tonight won't get this far. I should have announced that at the beginning. But I would suggest if you could at all possibly come to Thursday morning's Title 21 committee meeting. Is that okay, Mr. Coffey?
Absolutely.
9:30.
I think we'll be there.
Yeah.
Thursday?
This Thursday.
I mean, we'll be at that section. I know we'll all be there. I mean, yeah,
Okay.
we're out at the Permit Center, Tudor and Elmore and Tudor.
Yes.
Okay.
And because this is where we're working on amendments on this section.
Yes.
And so it would be pertinent to come and
No,
give us more detail.
I can make that.
It would be helpful that if you have suggested amendments, if you actually have them written out for us to look at, because that's kind of a medium for you to actually have direct input into our draft.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, I was in the back at your request talking to someone about a matter, so I missed this. Folks, and I don't know if you announced, if you did, tell me to knock off.
Go ahead.
We met on Thursday and got through a final review of this chapter, basically through 06, 07, and 08. We're going to continue this coming Thursday, starting at the end, the very last page of 08, go as far as we can get. I believe for sure this public hearing will continue for 1, perhaps 2 more assembly meetings. If you want to speak, I don't think we should limit anybody from speaking about any section if you're here, but understand that we're continuing to do work, and if you have something that gets beyond 08 into 09 and 10 and 11, that we might ask you to come to our meeting on Thursday. That's the only thing I wanted to say. Thank you. Hi.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Good evening. My name is Charles Pfeiffer. I live in Peters Creek. I'm a homeowner. I've been out there for 30 years. An issue has been brought up regarding the dumpsters, whether we should have them or not have them. I'm just going to give you my view of it from my experience, and that has been, this is a great improvement. I had the city service, and the city service didn't quite do what I wanted it to do. The bigger items that I couldn't dispose of, meant to go into the dump. It cleaned up the area. We had a lot of trash, and people throwing out bags of this nature. Well, it kind of discontinued. I mean, there's sloppy neighbors, but not very many. Our area has improved greatly. I'm for the dumpsters. I don't want it discontinued. I think you should put it to the vote, see what happens. And that's my view on it, and that's all I'm going to say about it. And they've given us a great service, and I hope you all take that into consideration. And I don't want them removed. And that's all I got to say. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ed Norman. I have property on Genora Street in Baranoff. I've owned it over 40 years. I've had a dumpster on there for probably 20-some years. And one of the reasons that I put it on, I was tired of getting calls of trash cans tipped over by dogs or sometimes by the snowplow. And in 20 years, I haven't had a call that, other than maybe that it was full. So the point is, my lots are over half acre. They're not just quarter-acre lots. They're over 40 years old. They are landscaped, and I certainly don't have them stuck out where everybody can see the dumpsters. Now, I am familiar with the trucks that pick up with the sidearm. I also pay someplace in the States for something like that. And you got to have them just in a certain place where they won't pick them up because they can only reach 3 feet. There may be 3 feet, 2 inches or something like that. But with snow and the way our Alaskan conditions are, it just wouldn't work for renters. You can't throw cardboard boxes. I know you're not supposed to anyway. You're supposed to recycle them. If you can get that message to them, you've done real well. But I would like to see the dumpsters there. I think it makes the whole area a lot cleaner. You don't see a lot of stuff blowing around. Thank you.
Hold on a minute. Mr.
Yes.
Clayman has a question.
I know that I should know where every single street is in the entire Anchorage Bowl, but when you say Baranoff, I'm not sure where that is. Can you tell us exactly?
Well, it's in Eagle River. I always tell everybody it's right up above the fire station, about 10 miles. No, it's just 1 mile up above the fire station, and it's on the Eagle River Road as you go. Well, it's only just a mile up Eagle River Road.
And is that past the intersection near where the Walmart is?
No, it's back this side.
Okay.
Down the hill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Associated members. My name is Frank Pieper. I live in Eagle River, and I have a few comments that I would like to make concerning the dumpster issue. I will endeavor to be brief as 3 minutes. I'd like to ask that you guys consider an exemption for the Eagle River Chugiak area. I believe this is a private property issue. I don't have conflicts with my neighbors. My dumpster is away from the street, and it's been there since I built that home in 2001. I would also like to go on the record to say that I received great service from my dumpster provider. If my dumpster gets full, it's a matter of a phone call to come and get that squared away. They do a great job. I've been with the can, folks, as others have already alluded to. The can's too close, the can's too far away, the dogs knock it over, down the street. It was always an issue. Never, not one time have I had any issue like that with my current service. I understand that we all want to live in a clean city. I got that. I hear that. I really do. But I would ask that we leave those dumpsters there. They're doing a good service. The Freedom Refuge, those guys are awesome. And if you just indulge me 1 second longer, I've known that young man since he was 15. He's a great individual. He has an entrepreneurial spirit and that type of pioneering drive that made Alaska great. And to do this to this young man and his company, I think is a great disservice.
Thank you. We've got some questions. Dr.
Sure.
Craig.
I believe that Mr. Starr was going to address the comment I was going to address. I'm going to go ahead and let him go first.
Mr. Starr?
Yeah, I appreciate you coming down and all the folks. It's been a pretty big topic for our area. I anticipate being able to move an amendment tonight that does in fact exempt the Chugiak Eagle River area from the dumpster requirements as screening and placement and the issues that you rose. So as we get into public testimony, I don't want to influence public testimony, but I'm hearing it loud and clear, and it'd be my interest to do that. As you've already stated, you wouldn't mind me then moving an exemption motion later on to move our territory out of this regulation. Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cody Parker. I also live in Eagle River. have a dumpster. I've lived in Eagle River for 4 years. I've had the can service and now the dumpster. I much prefer the dumpster. My neighbors are outstanding neighbors, but they're rental, so they do not have to pay for the dumpster or for the garbage service. With the garbage can service, they take their garbage. If theirs doesn't get picked up, they put it by mine. I have to pay extra for that. Why should I have to pay extra? With the dumpster, I've got the added room that if they do that, it goes on. End of story. I am a field technician for Caterpillar. At the drop of a hat, I can be out of town for anywhere from a week to 2 months. With the dumpster service, I do not have to worry about getting my cans out. I do not have to put my wife and children through the stress of it. My wife is a nurse at the Native Hospital, and she goes to work at 6 o'clock in the morning. She starts her shift at 6 in the morning, gets off at 6:30 in the evening. The last thing I want for her to have to do is deal with garbage cans. With the can service, they don't pick them up if they're overweight, and it's a major hassle. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. My name is Karen Vernon.
Hold the mic down. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Karen Vernon. I live in Chugach area, and I too have a dumpster. And I just real quick made a few notes of reasons the dumpsters are so much more efficient than garbage cans. You've got one unit with an attached lid versus 2 or 3 cans with lids that are blowing off. Dumpsters are too heavy to be blown around by the wind. The lids stay on even in the heaviest winds. Keeps any wind-blown trash. It prevents that wind-blown trash problem that we've all run into. Also prevents having to dodge garbage cans as you're driving down the road. It keeps the snow and rain out, so less weight, less waste in the solid waste. Keeps less mess, as well as preventing birds and small animals, domestic and wild, from digging around in the trash and stirring it around. Bear-proof dumpsters are available, and the use of dumpsters, I believe, effectively keeps garbage that may attract bears at a safe distance away from residences, hopefully helping prevent that human-bear interaction. The convenience of a dumpster. It doesn't have to be dragged out to the sidewalk every week. And that can be really difficult for a lot of people that are elderly, disabled, forgetful. That was me when I had cans. Compared to emptying the garbage from your trash can, walk it out to the dumpster, it's done. You don't have to worry about it. Much easier. Aesthetically, I don't think a dumpster is any more unsightly than garbage cans, and if anything, less unsightly than garbage cans with trash bulging out of the top or laying beside it. I don't have a problem at all with the screening. I like the idea of shrubs or, partitioning them off some way. Painting, much like the electrical boxes up in Mountain View, the painting. Encourage some of the local kids to do some really nice artwork on them. Make it an art project. I'd love that idea. I know dumpsters aren't suitable for everyone, and I do definitely hope that you will exempt Eagle River from that area from this, but I'm inclined to encourage looking at dumpsters as a very viable option for trash cans. We're talking beautifying the city, and I really believe that a dumpster is far less obtrusive than garbage cans all over and blowing trash. So I thank you for listening.
Question
yes,
here.
ma'am.
Mr. Birch.
I just had a question. How does the cost compare? I mean, for I'm assuming a similar amount of load.
Well, I share with my neighbor. Actually, it's we own the house next door. It's a rental house. So I have one dumpster. We share. They pay half. Overall, it works out a little less expensive than the garbage cans. I'd have to do the math. It's pretty close. But so much easier to work with and far less mess.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Members of the Assembly, Mayor, thank you for letting us speak. I'm here to speak also about the dumpsters. I am a business owner, a new business owner in Eagle River. I Home Away from Home Canine Daycare and Boarding, and my name is Tim Eben. And I'm not quite sure where to begin, but it's ironic. I will get a word a day sent in my email, and this one came in this morning, and I'll give you the quote, and then I'll give you the comment that they had, and I think it's quite fitting. This is from Plato. It says, "Good people do not need laws to tell them how to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around the laws." And then their comment to that was, while there's truth in Plato's words, most of us fall somewhere in between good and bad, and for the people in that spectrum, laws serve as good deterrents. So as you consider these laws, I would like you to consider who's all affected by those and what is the main reason for the law. As I try to keep up with the changes that happen in all of the meetings, I'm not quite sure where you're at with the businesses, specifically Eagle River. But as a business owner, I too am in favor of screening. However, I think well, I sent you an email. I'm not sure if you got it. And I have pictures of the dumpster that I put in last summer. The reason I screened mine in initially was I want to set myself out from the competition. So if we're told what we have to do, my clients perhaps don't have the opportunity to see that I did that on my own, and that I would care for their canine family members in the same way by doing it over and above what is required. And second, I screened it in because I want to be a good neighbor. I want to have a clean city as well. So where I'm cautious, though, about saying the screening is when we get into the screening of 4 sides. That presents a whole different issue. Also, I understand somewhere in there, and this is if that doesn't get passed tonight to exclude us, but someday if I am a business owner in Anchorage, by telling me how I have to screen it in, it takes away my ability from setting apart from my competition. But also specifically in my business right now, if I'm required to move it to the back, the dumpster is going to have to go through my brand new parking lot. It's already tearing up the parking lot at the end of my street. It cost me $10,000 to put that in. What it's going to require is that I no longer have a dumpster service. And I'll have to figure out another means of getting rid of my garbage, which usually goes back to the trailer and all those other things that we used to do in Eagle River that we no longer have to do. Furthermore, by putting on 4 sides, talking to my contractor that takes care of my dumpster, it's going to require him or her, whoever's driving, to get out of the vehicle, open it up, get back in the vehicle, close it. There's going to be additional charges on that. I can't afford that. I can much less afford where it's at now.
Tim, you're going to have to summarize.
Cool. So what I would like you to do is just consider what is the main reason we want to have this law passed. I propose that we put in place restrictions on how we're supposed to maintain the dumpsters, not necessarily hiding them behind a wall. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Kenneth Pitts. I live in Chugiak. Where I live, the landlord has chose to use a dumpster. I feel this is good because trash service only comes every other week instead of once a week. Also, the inconvenience of dragging the cans through the street. I feel that the city, instead of restricting how we throw our garbage away, that maybe they should have a program to help us throw garbage away. What I see when I drive around the streets of Anchorage are sofas and beds sticking out of dumpsters, and that's very bad eyesight. So if the city had a program like Free Dump Week, if they would go through different quadrants of the city, maybe drag a trailer, have some men say, we'll help you dispose of your oversized garbage or your hazardous waste. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. I am Master Yu. I'm head instructor at Chem Taekwondo School and also president of the Chem Taekwondo School. We have been serving Anchorage community with the martial arts for over 11 years. And then through our Taekwondo program, we provide the parents with the safety and the peace in knowing that for students are safety and practicing Taekwondo to build a self-confidence and self-esteem and reinforcing on discipline and respect to themselves, to their parents, and to their teacher. With all the 11 years of work, our Cham Taekwondo students and their parents and our instructors, we have put all the sweats together, and then we have start building a new building on Arctic Boulevard, Cham Taekwondo new building. Now, we have a problem with the landscaping is that we provide the after-school program to the Anchorage community, pick up our students at the school, bring to our martial arts facility, and they do character building exercise through the martial arts training. But on this new building, because of the new landscaping Title 21 zone, we would like to build safety for our students for loading, for unloading and loading students safely on the side of the building for the safety for our kids. Currently, we are located at 113 West Northern Line, but the main issue that we are having is students, when we pick up the kid from the school and bring to our school, when the students are unloading from our bus, our 2 or 3 instructors has to supervise our children to make sure they get into our school safely. But because of the new building, for better safety, we request with the architect to the city for building a new loading bus so students can load and unload safely from the side of the building instead of where the cars are crossed over. As our head instructor, I humbly request sir and ma'am who are here to the city to approve the loading bus for safetyness for our students from the pickup and then unloading and loading from the bus. Thank you very much.
There's a number of questions. Mr. Klayman, you're first.
I know that you're building a new facility that's on Arctic Boulevard on the west side, I think on 26th Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And to make sure I understand, you're concerned that the new Title 21 will cause you to have to redesign that whole building?
Actually, my architect has told me that I think Mr. Frieden can explain better than me that we have visible landscaping with the wooden fence right next to our property on the right side of the building. Is it possible according to the Title 21?
Would it help to have since there's a number of people on this topic, to have the architect come forward now?
It would be helpful to have the architect. It may actually be helpful to have the architect speak with us first.
Is a representative who can speak
Yes, ma'am.
on the specific code change being requested? Can you do that, sir?
I can try, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Klayman? You have to start with your name, though, sir.
Yeah, let us know who you are.
My name is Craig Fredine. I am a mechanical engineer here in the city of Anchorage, as well as a student of Master U's.
Okay, Mr. Klayman.
And I understand you're involved in some way or another with the planning on their new building?
Yes, sir. I have been following their facility, yes, sir.
Is there a problem with under our proposed Title 21, is there a problem if that passes that it's going to impact the whole design that's in place now for the new building?
Yes, sir. I just got off the phone with the architect. He was unfortunately unavailable to be here, so as a mechanical engineer, I can tell you all about the building mechanical codes, but as Title 21, I'm glad I'm an engineer and not an architect or a landscape surveyor. I read it myself. It's interesting.
To your knowledge, has the building is under construction, and I go by it many days of the week and see it's making fairly good progress. Has that fully been approved by the planning department, to your knowledge?
It has a certificate of conditional occupancy, or it will for 18 months. There is another route through there. My understanding in speaking with the architect prior to this meeting was that he was saying under the old Title 21 that a fence could have been put along that side of the facility, and with that fence, the loading area could have been placed there.
Okay. And is that fence in the design now?
I believe that is their desire is to put that fence there.
That's part of the plan. Okay. A separate question for the municipal attorney. Mr. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page. If they get a permit approved under the current Title 21, wouldn't they be grandfathered in that what would later become the old Title 21? Wouldn't that control their use rather than the new one?
Mr. Klayman, would you mind yielding to Mr. Coffey? I asked him to investigate this prior to the meeting.
I'm more than happy to yield to Mr. Coffey.
And I think he just had a conversation with Mr. Weaver. Could you help us?
This is a problem existing under our existing Title 21 code. It's nothing to do with the new code. Mr. Weaver has given me an amendment that addresses this problem. We'll get to it when we get to amendments enacting. It'll fix the problem. It relates to a loading zone, relates to building size and fencing. But it's got nothing to do with the proposed Title 21. It's an existing code, creates the problem. So we can address it, but it's not relevant to what we're talking about now. Thank you.
Okay.
Question for Mr. Coffey. That is not even in the Title 21 that we're looking at tonight?
Well, it may very well be, but the problem they have doesn't relate to what we've got in front of us. It relates to what's on the books now.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
There is a section on loading docks around page 60 in that area, so you might want to pursue that. Thank you. It sounds as if we're going to be talking more about the solution of the problem a little later on.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, since that part is a moot point, my name is Jerry Wallen, and I'm a neighbor of the guy at Genora and Baranoff, which is in Eagle River. And I've only lived there a few months, but I've never had a problem with the dumpsters in the area. And actually, I've noticed since I've moved in there that has actually made the area lots cleaner and lots less problems with a lot of the loose dogs and things in the area. So I just want to give my 2 cents on my support for him. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Nolan. I'm here to talk about the dumpsters. I live in Eagle River on the corner of Chamber Rock and Eagle Road. And I've had the dumpster at my house for about 4 years now. And my neighbors had theirs for 15 years. And it's something that we have a little bit of property. It's not real big, but it's something that's mandatory for having because we have a lot of brush, and I work on cars and work on the house, and just having regular garbage problems, garbage just doesn't work out. And my driveway is right there by the bike trail, and there's thousands and thousands of people that walk by the front of my house every year, and they can see my dumpster. And I work on cars in front of my house, and I have dozens and dozens of people every year come over here and talk to me about the car. But not once have I ever had anybody come over to my house and tell me my dumpster was disgusting, or there's problems with it, or we should get rid of it. And if you want to see a problem, go into Eagle River. I live in mill in Eagle River. Go out there and see garbage day and see what the crows and the dogs do to the garbage, and there's a problem right there. I find it really disturbing that you people come into, we pay taxes on that property. This isn't some disgusting thing that's sitting out there that's a death trap for people or junk cars or anything else. This is something we use for our personal property. We don't go out and pay money to have an oversized garbage can sitting in our house just for the hell of it. It's something we need. And for you people to come out here and tell us that we can't have that on our property, I think it's very wrong, and it goes against the principles of what this country stands for. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan. My name is Brian Vanderwood. I'm the General Foreman for Refuse Collections for Solid Waste Services with the Municipality of Anchorage. And some of the testimony that we've heard here tonight is focusing on whether or not residential or duplex or triplex or townhouse dwellings we have the ability to use a dumpster. And I understand their concerns, and I support their concerns. However, my primary issue here today is the need for screening around those dumpsters. I think the primary issue is the poor aesthetics of our current dumpsters. It's the overflowing and non-compliance and lack of enforcement for those property owners that don't have adequate service that's creating that aesthetics issue. I also feel that we should be addressing that issue primarily and then looking at the need for dumpster enclosures on a secondary basis. The implementation of dumpster enclosures is going to serve many concerns for our service that we provide. Number one, it's going to make it very, very difficult for us to remain efficient and timely with our services. It's going to increase our cost to provide services to our customers, and therefore we'll be required to pass those costs on to our customers. Also, with that in mind, the location of the dumpsters, as currently written in the draft, would make it very difficult for us to service the locations, as well as lay out many public safety concerns with on-site drivability of our equipment onto private properties. Many properties are not set up for vehicles of 66,000 gross vehicle weight ratings. That's 33 tons. We've already had many claims from customers regarding driveway and pavement damage due to the vehicles driving on those properties. I think part of the problem is going to be compounded with the requirement for gates as well. If the gates are not remaining open, or the customer is not opening the gates, it's going to reduce the frequency of service, creating even more of a problem in an unsightly situation. We also are concerned about the process in which site plans are being reviewed, managed, and whether or not the service providers are going to be involved in that process as far as locating, siting, and screening locations and dimensions. There's nothing in here that talks about turning radiuses, accessibility from the dumpster to and from the dumpsters with collection vehicles. The list is actually quite extensive, and I know many members of the Title 21 subcommittee has heard our concerns over the years, both from Solid Waste Services, Freedom Refuse, Alaska Waste, as well as McDonald Waste Industries. This is not something that's just coming before you today. However, I don't believe that this current draft is addressing any of our concerns that we've brought to you previously.
Thank you. There's a number of questions. Mr. Flynn, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderwood. You have customers now that have enclosures.
I'm sorry, I have trouble hearing you.
You have customers now who use enclosures for their dumpsters?
That's correct.
Okay. And do they pay a different rate than those who do not?
They do not.
Okay. So for at least some of Anchorage, you managed to deal with enclosures, correct?
Yes, but their service is often missed because the customer has not opened or provided access to the dumpsters because of the enclosures.
But it's their responsibility to open the gate on the date of collection.
It is.
Thank you.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Brian. I hope you'll stick around because I know we'll have questions for you later. Have you estimated how much your rates would increase if you had to deal with enclosures?
It's difficult to say how much the rate itself is going to increase because we're not sure of the magnitude of how many customers are going to be able to comply with the current code. It's, in my opinion, based on just my gut feeling, I believe that we're probably going to see probably close to 65 to 70% of our customers in our service area that will not be able to comply with the current code as written. Therefore, the time and effort required to identify and work through the processes is going to be enormous. And I know without the input from the service providers, it's going to be a very difficult process for planning to make that determination without knowing the industry as we do.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm just a little curious. Are you here representing the municipality or your own opinion? I'm a little confused about why you're sitting there and not sitting here. I mean, the fact is that you're in testimony as a public person, so are you up testifying in terms of your own opinion or for the department?
No, ma'am. I'm testifying in regards to my professional expertise as the Solid Waste Services General Foreman.
Okay, so as an employee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I guess I'm a little confused because I've been at the Title 21 meetings, and I believe week after week, Solid Waste has been in the room, and week after week, I think we've recognized that there are special needs that you have in terms of the size and the dimension of the actual screening. And I think we've recognized that those sizes and dimensions need to be met. And I think only last week we talked about there are going to be some settings where it's going to be difficult for you to access them or for people to locate them. And we developed a clause through which we could actually move it or make special requirements to meet those special needs. So I'm a little confused about why you feel like Solid Waste hasn't been involved in this conversation. You've been at every meeting.
I don't know that I said we weren't involved. I said I don't believe that our concerns were addressed in the current draft. There's still many things in there that's going to make it very difficult for us to provide services safely, and it's also going to increase the cost to our customers.
So one of the things I've asked consistently at the meeting is for you to bring forward specific requirements. Have you put those specific concerns in writing?
No, ma'am.
It would be helpful if you did that. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Mr. Madden's been there. I've seen him. I'm not sure I've seen you that frequently. Here's the issue. Have you read the latest draft?
Yes, I have.
The one dated September 29th?
Yes, sir.
And have you read the amendments that are out?
Yes, sir.
The ones that were put out on 14B?
Yes.
Okay, so you know there's amortization periods.
I do.
You know there's exemptions from not only location but screening. You know there's a 5-year amortization period.
Yes, but I don't believe there's exemptions. I think that only through an administrative variance process are those exemptions available.
Well, yeah, I understand that. What I don't know is, we sat there and went through this on Thursday. I didn't hear a peep. We talked about every one of these things. If you've got something, I guess I'll echo Ms. Selkirk. If you've got something, I don't think we're voting tonight, or we may, but if you have something, why don't you give it to us in writing so we understand? And probably a broader question is, why didn't you tell the planning staff about this?
My concerns were submitted over 2 years ago to the Planning Commission with these same issues raised. We've been to several of your meetings and raised the same issues over and over again. The gentleman standing behind me was at those same meetings, as were individuals from Freedom Refuge and Alaska Waste, meeting with the planning department separately from your committee meetings. We've addressed these issues numerous times, both in writing and in meetings with the planning department.
Well, I guess I must have been sleeping. Okay, thanks.
There appear to be no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman. Jason McDonald. I live in Eagle River, and I also own a waste company. My number one concern is with the screening issue as well and placement of dumpsters. The number of sites affected by the current draft is astronomical. The cost to the consumer is going to be great, upfront costs and fixed costs long term for increased service costs. So I think business owners are looking for a break, at a time when costs are on the rise and everything's just getting more expensive, and this legislation is just going to bring more burden. So there's going to be some risks involved for haulers. There's going to be increased route times, increased backing distances, increased number of blind backing scenarios. It's going to present safety risks for drivers and pedestrians. Access issues abound are also going to reveal themselves as we get into implementation. On an enforcement level, currently enforcement for dumpsters is done on a complaint-driven basis. I don't think the average dumpster surround is going to be nicer looking than particularly one of my dumpsters, or any dumpster for that matter that's kept in good condition. They're going to need repairs. They're going to need paint. They're going to need, they're going to get graffitied. Is the enforcement for this going to be done on a complaint-driven basis as well? I just don't feel that it's something that the municipality is up to at this time to deal with enforcement of any new regulations on dumpsters. I feel like the screening section at this point should more or less be scrapped, and it should take a look at enforcing a lids down law for dumpsters and a litter law for dumpsters. And if you could achieve sufficient enforcement of those laws, then maybe you should take a look at what that accomplished. And then maybe you could revisit this chapter and do some good. But right now I just don't think that the municipality is prepared to do any good by legislation of this type when we can't really deal with current laws. So an exemption for Eagle River is a good thing. However, I don't think it's doing the single-family folks in the more rural sections of Anchorage any good, and they deserve the same exemption or the same laws. They're no different. Hillside folks or folks with larger lots in Anchorage aren't any less deserving than those folks in Eagle River. So if you're going to exempt Eagle River, why don't you just throw in the rural sections of Anchorage as well? I think that would be something that's necessary, and they're no less deserving. So, and then if we did pass screening laws, I think that the service providers need to be in on design standards, and design standards need to be addressed in this title. And there needs to be quite an approval process before a business owner were to undertake the building of a new surround and spending a lot of money, because I have customers that recently built surrounds after going through planning, and then when Brian's trucks show up to dump it, they go, oh, we can't deal with that because there wasn't a proper process followed and the haulers were not involved. So
Thank you. There's a number of people with questions, and your
Okay.
time went up.
Okay.
Mr. Coffey's first.
Thank you. In the areas on the hillside with the large lots, there's an amendment that says except for lots of at least 40,000 square feet, then a dumpster is acceptable. That'll take care of the large animal and so on. In the urban areas, the prohibition is on dumpsters for triplexes, duplexes, and single family.
Mr. Coffey, pull your mic to your
I'm
mouth.
sorry, I thought I was talking to you. Is that a problem?
I think in some areas, I think.
Give me an example, okay? I mean, tell me what's wrong with this. Why should I live in a 8,000 or 10,000 square foot lot. Why should I have a dumpster?
Well, maybe I didn't understand the exemption, but why shouldn't you have a dumpster? That's my question. A dumpster is probably better looking than the trash cans laying alongside of a house or sitting out in the street and then get put back in.
So it comes down to aesthetic judgment.
Well, it does. It comes down to aesthetic judgment. And I think that dumpsters taken care of properly are better looking than a pile of trash cans.
Okay, that's good. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Actually, Mr. Coffey took care of part of mine. You mentioned something as far as the design process and planning and zoning. How would you fix as far as having the design process where the haulers were involved in these enclosures?
Well, I think that in the end that the planning and zoning and the builder need to be the ones that can be involved, but I think that there needs to be a design standard laid out and approved by the hauler group, not just one, but all of us, and that we need to agree on a size, width, depth, height, approach, everything.
Thank you.
Mr. Selkirk.
I'm happy to hear you talk about design standards. I think I've asked for them for a while. If you have some design standards, it would be really helpful if you brought them forward.
We could, and we have, and they've been at planning for a while. I just don't know that they're actually part of the title or if they're actually part of the process when a builder goes and says, I've asked for a permit to build a dumpster surround. I'm not certain that the standards that the haulers would like to see if we were forced to build a screen are actually in place.
Okay.
But they are available.
I think we've talked, you brought that up, I think, at one of our first meetings, and basically what you said is if they meet certain standards, it'll work, is what I understood. And so I'm interested in, I will follow up with planning to make sure that they have those and that they're incorporated into the review process.
Yeah, I'm not against, a great surround being built, provided it's built properly. And, I am kind of against the fact if we build hundreds and hundreds of them that it's going to impact the cost of service.
Thank you.
You mentioned screening as a problem, as did the previous speaker. Is it a problem because the requirement in the draft calls for screening from all sides?
That's part of it, and part of it is I just feel it's excessive that that there aren't enough options for variances, because if we have to screen 50% of the dumpsters out there and four-sided, we're either going to have to add trucks and add drivers because the route time is going to double, or we'll have to come up with some other solution because we don't feel, the hauler group doesn't feel that the customer can get the gates open, and that's going to result in a whole lot of misstops and go-backs and extra costs, and geez, I forgot it was garbage day, whatever, but I think it's going to be a logistical challenge.
Okay. One amendment that will be discussed is a change to potentially just screen against the front street. So that'll be debated later on, maybe this evening, maybe next week. Mr. Coffey?
I'm glad you mentioned. I was going to read, each refuse collection receptacle shall be screened from view from the abutting primary street. So if I'm in my backyard and I'm looking into my neighbor's backyard, he doesn't have to worry about screening his garbage can from me in my backyard or me from him in his backyard.
Right.
It was the primary street. And then the second thing is I just want to make sure people understand the way this is written. Screening can be by putting it behind a building, put it behind a fence, put it behind landscaping. It's in the way I'm viewing it, it would be intended predominantly just to make sure that we're not looking at a row of dumpsters down a public street 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, which is what I view as about the biggest problem of those things.
I view it as a 1/3 of my available market. But
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, you're still going to have a market. What we're trying to do is get some kind of balance here, and it's not. There's no easy deal, and no one solution fits all. But
right,
trying to make like that screening requirement, because they had it from 4 sides, 360 degrees, which is brutal.
It was brutal, yeah. And I've seen some of the amendments. I'm not certain that I've seen the final, because I apologize I didn't realize you were having a meeting Thursday and I didn't make it, but I'll make it to the next one.
We didn't get these out to everybody until I think last night or this morning, so it's a little, but we're going to be talking for quite a few days, I think. So thank you, sir, from me.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Clayman, could you close that door? Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Ted Garcia. I'm also from Eagle River about the dumpster problem. I've almost forgotten what I was going to say after all that. Anyway, I've moved out in Eagle River in 1983. I've had a dumpster for a number of years. And recently, or in the last few years, a few years ago, the municipality, they put a subdivision up above us, and they approved a road to be raised. So the road in front of my house is raised approximately 5 extra feet. I already had a steep driveway to begin with. Now I have a wife that has somewhat of a handicap, and she can barely walk up that driveway, let alone carry trash cans up there. So we've got a dumpster. We live around the corner of Eagle River Road and Wren Lane, which is a very busy road. I've had that dumpster for a number of years. Last year we found a bear in our dumpster, so this year I have a dumpster that's bear-proof. Previous to that, we had trash cans alongside the house that were torn up every day by the animals throughout the neighborhoods. We live on close to an acre of lawn, yard. It's very important to us to have that dumpster. If we don't get an amendment to that, then I guess I'll have to build one. But I just hope it does pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Osiander, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, I am Donnie Hanks. I own Freedom Refuse, which has become the prominent dumpster company in Eagle River and Chugiak, servicing over 500 dumpsters, almost half of which are at residences. People who have dumpsters have a reason for it. I have discovered that my customers explain why they need their dumpsters better than I can. So I will read a letter by one of my customers that has less than 40,000 square feet of land, who was unable to make it here tonight due to health concerns. Here's the letter. To whom it may concern, I'm an Eagle River resident. My age is 80 plus. I've lived here since 1962 in what was known as Raymond Tedrow subdivision. We have never had restrictions until the Anchorage Borough took over and have forced us into some. There are subdivisions that have restrictions, and those living there want them, or else they wouldn't have bought houses there. I and my husband enjoy the freedom to choose. Our home and property is kept neat and clean. We have a dumpster, green or friendly, with a locked lid on our property. What a blessing to not have garbage piled in our garage. A calling card for our four-legged friend to be invited to, and the doggy do smell in the house, because I pick it up from the yard, keeping not only the yard clean, but the dumpster, the smell is out of the house. Mold and garbage is a health issue. Do you want me to drag out 3 garbage cans you dictate me to have down my drive each week and back with the ice maybe to have a fall and break bones? The possibility of maybe freezing to death? When kids come down the street just for fun, knocking it over and spilling it out for me to clean it up. Another thing I had to go through in past years when the Anchorage garbage trucks through there is often a mess to clean up. They do not take the time, so who but we the neighbors? When the wind blows, the garbage can and lids fly down the street. That sometimes means replacing the cans, another expense. Our sons live about 3 streets above us and has bears in their yard, so they bring their trash and put it in our dumpster just to keep Mr. Bear from making a mess there and laying around their yard, a danger to the family. If Anchorage wants to do away with dumpsters, that's fine, but leave us alone. We pay the dumpster service, and we are happy for the convenience. It's a blessing to us, and it's on our property. We have 2 lots side by side, which is a blessing. The size of the lots should be of no issue. Sincerely, Jesse Hankin. Let's see in the letter. As I have contacted many, this is from me. As I have contacted many of my customers over the past few weeks, I've discovered that even I do not know how many different reasons there are for my customers to have dumpsters available to them. For example, I just got a phone call this morning from a customer wondering what she would do if she can't have her dumpster. She lives near Chugach State Park and was pursued by a bear. Fish and Game is unable to eliminate the threat, but as a solution required her to get a bear-proof dumpster with the risk of being fined if she didn't. Circumstances are different in Eagle River and Chugach than they are in the larger city of Anchorage. I'm not sure about the complaints in Anchorage about the appearance of dumpsters, but I am unaware of any that are from the residents in Eagle River and Chugach.
Can you summarize the end of that?
Yeah, I got one more sentence.
Go ahead.
Please allow Eagle River and Chugach to take care of our own trash needs the best way to make our neighborhoods safe and clean. Exempt Eagle River and Chugach from this Title 21 rewrite. A vote for Chapter 7 is a vote against the people of Eagle River and Chugach.
Thank you. You have some questions. Mr. Birch.
Just wanted to thank you for your testimony and congratulate you on your business. And I personally am supportive of the modifications requested by Mr. Starr, or suggested by Mr. Starr. One question I did have is just, it sounds like a great business. And how does the cost compare to a conventional?
Well, I tell customers that I don't keep track of the residential stuff, but I do believe it's a little bit more. My customers we focus on the service. We just try to provide a better service, and the price difference is so little that most people are happy with it.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Donnie, you're familiar with the Chapter 10 thing?
Somewhat.
And then in your interpretation, what is Chapter 10?
I believe it's going to be exemptions for Eagle River and Chugach.
Well, it's actually going to be specific land codes, and one of the aspects that we intend to put in that is the dumpster specifications and any sort of specifics to our area as they apply. So you've been in touch with Bobby Wells and some of that group off and on, so be ready for that to be a mechanism for us to address some of the unique characteristics. But thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
It's nice to meet you. I think you're responsible for probably 50 to 100 calls that I got with your letter. And actually, it was fine. I appreciate the fact that you have worked hard to get people out on this. I already was at the table in terms of recognizing Eagle River's differences, but I think it's always, even though it was a lot of time on the telephone, I think it's always good when people have an opportunity to weigh in. So I want to salute you, but next time, give me a call first. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hanks, I want to let you know how well you are respected. It is amazing to me the number of personally positive comments that were made about you, because I got those 50 to 100 phone calls too, and a whole lot of people like you a whole lot.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Asa Chandler. I'm a customer of Donnie Hanks, and he does work on his service. Never had any trash spilled on my yard. My dumpster is the prettiest dumpster I've ever seen. I got it. It looked brand new. I believe the color is dumpster green. It matches my green tin roof, my lawn in the summer, and my girlfriend's beautiful eyes. And I really do like that dumpster. I'm able to throw away everything that I want to throw away in the spring. It takes about 3 dumpster loads to get rid of all my leaves and debris and grass clippings when I do my yard cleanup. That would take all summer if I were using the other evil garbage men. And it's just something I want to keep. I have an enclosed lot in Peters Creek, privacy fence, but you can see it from the road. I've never had anybody complain. I have had neighbors ask if they could throw some of their trash away in my dumpster. I said no, and they could get their own. I would like to keep it. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Assembly's designated romantic, I would advise you not to use that green reference in any poetry to your girlfriend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I am Donnie Hanks' customer. I live in Eagle River, of course, and I would like to appeal to small business. And Donnie started his business a long time ago. I became one of his customers, and I just love his service. They come out every month, and to tell you the truth, I think it's cheaper than having small trash cans at the end of my road. As you all know, they're green, but they also come with wonderful black lids. But I'm a stay-at-home mom, wife of a commercial fisherman, and I have a concession stand. That dumpster is important to me because I have 3 kids, and I'm usually home by myself taking care of things. And that dumpster is full to the rim at the end of the month. The price that I pay is $35 a month. I think it's a lot cheaper than even having your trash cans. I'm the envy of my neighborhood. I've been asked to, and I always welcome their trash. Maybe that's why it's pretty full too at the end of the month. But the main reason I'm here is I'd like to appeal to small business because we are a small business, and I would like to be able to have lots of room to put my concession garbage in as well as my household. And that's all I have to say.
We missed your name for the record.
Oh, Lolita Simpson.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Terry McDonald, and I've been a customer for a couple of years. I put the dumpster there for the convenience of my renters. It's a single-family dwelling on an R5A lot. It's about 43,000 square feet, and it's about a block from Peters Creek. There's bears in the area, so this dumpster is bear-proof. And there's about 3 or 4 dog teams within a block. Turn any direction, there's a dog team. So I feel that it's just more of a security and convenience item for the renters. The next door neighbor piles theirs up in a pickup truck bed, and it sits out there in their yard heaped up until they do a dump run. And so I look forward to having an exemption on my lot so I can keep my dumpster. And it blends in beautifully with the spruce.
It's good to see you again, Terry. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks. My name is Bill Stoltz from Birchwood. I'm also a customer of Donnie Hanks, as are a lot of people that called me, including my sister, who's a customer with a lot of concern. My parents were customers before my dad passed away, and the dumpster, I know they used it because after a couple of strokes and a lot of serious health issues, that was at the end of a long driveway. That just was, we were pretty happy that my mom and dad weren't trying to haul trash down to the end of a long driveway as we have out in my neck of the woods. These guys that are in this commercial trash business, they're in a pretty tough row. And I know you guys have seen the lobbyists around here from the big guys, and we see them in Juneau. And they make the mob look good sometimes. And these guys are surviving that, and then government's kind of taking another swap at them. And no apologies to anybody. Some of my friends are owners of some of those companies, but that's just reality. These guys are having a tough enough time and just competing against people that are pretty big fish. And I really hate to see another obstacle of government making their business so much harder. You notice I come here when my neighbors ask me to, and try to keep it brief. But this is an issue when several dozen people call me up at home, including family members who are also constituents. I'm glad to show up, even if it means coming to Anchorage. Thank you very much.
Hold on a minute, Bill. Mr. Flynn?
Just wanted to commiserate. I feel the same way when Mom calls. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Bobby Wells. I watched the first three persons come down here and testify. Officer Conley couldn't catch me on the way in. I'm here to, I heard what Assemblyman Coffey said. He's got some good points. I did come to speak for the people of Chugiak Eagle River. My specific request is going to be that you exempt Girdwood and Chugiak Eagle River from this particular Chapter 7 on the dumpsters. Some of the things that we're looking at and that I want you to know is I also remember how it started out Mod 1, 4 sides and a top, all locking. So I know how far we've come, how hard you've worked and tried to strike a balance. I feel that the order and convenience and the beautification of our city should not trump health and safety. One of the services that is curbside is garbage service, as is home mail delivery. Federal regulations say that that box and the newspaper container have to be up beside the road. They have to be able to access that receptacle without exiting from their vehicle. I'm sure that you guys got the media press release from Solid Waste Services telling you how wonderful it was now that they had automated trucks. Well, that's what those dumpster trucks are. They're automated. The things Donnie Hanks wouldn't tell you is he would have to put a second driver on because you cannot exit that vehicle to go down to open the gate. The counter to that is have the homeowner open the gate. Where I live in Birchwood, we're considered low income, which I found highly insulting in the long-range transportation plan, but because a lot of us are retired, it's not always possible to go out there and shovel. We have long driveways we build in the middle of our lots. We also have large families. I heard from people in Eagle River where they have extended families because of whatever reason, living all in the same quarters, and they have dumpsters. But these are some of the issues that the Chugiak Eagle River Consortium is struggling with, trying to catch a proper balance, and I can't imagine that you don't have the same problem on the hillside. If you didn't know, we have a large number of dog teams in the area and horses. And this is one way, and I've heard the people before me as I'm sitting here testify to you that about the health issues, and this is one way to keep things clean. And I'm not Donnie Hanks' customer. I am the same one that serves most of us, and I pay $38 a month. Thank you very much.
Just a minute, Bobby. Mr. Stark?
Bobby, thanks for coming down. I think I announced maybe when you were on the road speeding that I was going to propose an exemption for the Chugiak Eagle River area, and I'll debate, of course, with Girdwood and the characteristic differences on the upper hillside. But you're hugely active in the Chapter 10 rewrite. Now, this fits in there if we discern amongst ourselves at Chugiak Eagle River we need something to fix some of the issues. Chapter 10 is going to work for what we need to do, right?
I certainly hope so, and we're working very hard to make it work for all the people of Chugiak Eagle River and also be compatible in intent with the municipal Title 21 rewrite.
And what we're doing is we're looking for specific aspects of our characteristics, and we talk about unique. It takes a long time to explain them and show them to folks, but we're gaining on some of that issue here. But when would this one make it into the mill for debate and discussion as we bring the screening requirements and the debate back to our residents for Chapter 10? What's your time frame on something like that?
My time frame certainly got accelerated when I received somewhere around 100 emails also. I was gratified to see that a lot of those were addressed to Assembly members, and if they weren't, I certainly told them to contact you, so I'll take my share of the blame with that also.
We can get to it, though, is what my question is. I mean, in time, we'll be able to, as we see our problems arise or needs change, we can modify Chapter 10 or get it written in as need be, right?
Yes, we will. I believe that we have assurances by community planning that if we are not right on the same timeline that you are, we will fall under the old Title 21, but I can tell you we won't be far behind.
Okay, thanks. Bobby, thanks for coming down your efforts on the other issues as well.
I should have stuck around a little longer, and I would have heard that when it had come in. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jed Whitaker, and I seem to remember several previous actions of this assembly which suggest a bias against poor people. The recycling program, which was a feel-good kind of deal, added an extra cost to those who use dumpsters, and most folks who use dumpsters are renters, the people who can least afford the type of screening costs. If it means that their rent is going to go up because their landlord has to build screenings, you all can feel good about how Anchorage looks. I'm reminded also, too, that this assembly's answer to the 13 deaths of homeless people in Anchorage was to make it illegal to camp in Anchorage and to allow the police to take away the private property of the people that are illegally camping. And so it would not surprise me at all if, despite all the testimony you've heard tonight, that you went right ahead and said, we want a beautiful Anchorage and we want screening for dumpsters, even though it really doesn't make that much difference. But to some people, it might. But for poor people, that adds cost to their cost of living, this is not a good idea. It might make you all feel good that you made Anchorage more beautiful, but if you make it more expensive for people to live in Anchorage, it's not a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward? Hearing and seeing no one. Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, I move to continue the public hearing until next week for the purpose of affording people an opportunity to discuss 90 and above, or 2 weeks, I mean, to the 27th.
Is there objection to that? All right, the public hearing then is continued till next week. Not next week, next meeting.
Yeah, the next meeting, 27th. I have a
Mr.
question.
Coffey, go ahead.
Would we want to tentatively approve the amendments we have in front of us, or, I mean, debate them and then move on so that we don't have to deal with two sets from now on?
It's my hope that we get through at least some of those amendments tonight.
Would you like to start on those now or after dinner?
I would like to deal with it after dinner. So
Then I'll be ready then, Madam
break
Chair.
right now. So we're going to take about a 20-minute break at this time. reconvene this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly, and I think there's going to be a motion here to reorder our business to get some things done. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is relative to the ordinance before us that we continued the public hearing. Madam Chair, I'd like to reconsider that motion. That's my first motion, to continue the public hearing.
Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that's before us.
Madam Chair, I would move to bifurcate AO 2009-114 so that we may take up items 060, 070, and 080 tonight, and then take up the others at a later date and with a further public hearing. So the motion is to bifurcate this between those sections that I read and the remaining sections of this chapter.
Is there objection to that? Basically through dumpsters, which is 090, isn't it?
Ma'am, it's the transportation connectivity, neighborhood protection standards, and landscaping, screening, and fences, which were the items predominantly discussed tonight. And so I hope that answers the question. So we're bifurcated, are we, Madam Chair?
Yes, we are.
Madam Chair, I would move to close the public hearing on the ordinances, the sections of the ordinance involving 2107, 060, 070, and 080.
Right. There appears to be no objection. The public hearing on those sections are closed.
Madam Chair, I would move to continue the public hearing on sections 090, 100. It's 090 and 100 until November 3rd.
Is there objection to that? Seeing none, we'll do that until November 3rd.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to change the order of the day, and that would be to bring up 14M.
Is there objection to that? All right. Our agenda is reordered to deal with 14M. This is a public hearing on a resolution of the Assembly adopting the 2010-2015 six-year fiscal program. And before you come up, I just want to remind folks that this is a very broad statement about budgetary items over 6 years, and it's not related to any specific expenditure. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could just quickly inquire, is it my understanding from Dr. Selkirk we'll be continuing the public hearing on this to 2 weeks hence?
It's my hope, because I know there were people that were confused about the fact that it didn't get noticed correctly, and they didn't know until at the very end that it was
On this, too, you wanted to continue?
on M.
Oh.
Thank you.
I didn't realize.
Because, I was contacted today by people who were confused and had said they checked the agenda and hadn't seen it.
All right, so there will be a motion to continue. If it passes and you speak tonight, you can't speak again. So think about that. Okay. With that, if anyone would like to speak to this matter, please come forward.
Good evening, Chair and Assembly and Mayor Sullivan. My name is John Brower, B-R-O-W-E-R. I'm the current chair of the Alaska Arts and Culture Foundation, and we are a contractor to the City of Anchorage to manage the City Arts Commission and the arts grants. I understand tonight's meeting is not about the current budget that's right before us, but about the six-year plan, and that's what I want to talk about. I do want to make an observation, though, first. While I was not at the public meeting that the mayor held recently about the current budget, I noticed something on TV that he said that I was very moved by, and I'm going to just address the mayor on that. There was a person from the fire department who was apparently slated for being laid off, and she said, Mayor Sullivan, my job is not a cost to the city. My job creates more revenue for the city than I cost the city. And the mayor said, if that's the case, I want to review that layoff. And that told me that the mayor does have an open mind to realistic issues. And that's what I want to talk about tonight, arts and how it affects this city financially. I passed out a booklet here. It's called Arts and Economic Prosperity, and the subtitle is The Economic Impact of Nonprofit Arts and Cultural Organizations and Their Audiences in the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska. This study was done 2 years ago, and it states that in Anchorage, the arts audiences generate $17.25 million for the local economy. That's a huge amount of money, considering our arts funding is $261,000, or at least it has been in the past. And if you watched TV last night, you saw the Channel 2 News talk about The Lion King. And I'm not going to embarrass anybody by saying, did you not go to The Lion King? Because if you didn't, you're nuts. But it was the most fabulous thing that's ever happened in this community, arts-wise. And they sold 85,000 tickets to The Lion King. And the spinoff of that was $15 to $20 million. $15 to $20 million of additional revenue for businesses in Anchorage, specifically because of The Lion King. That was restaurants, parking garages, even hotels that the people came in from other parts of the state to stay at, that the crew and cast stayed at. Nancy Harper told me they even were taking costumes down every week to Alaska Cleaners to have things cleaned for them. So it was a huge spinoff. This article says this report says the same thing. $17 million in about the same period, but in a year where there isn't a Lion King. So I want to give you another fact. If 85,000 seats for the Lion King generated $15 to $20 million, when the Lion King's not here, let me tell you about some numbers from the Performing Arts Center. In 2006, the Performing Arts Center sold 164,173 tickets. Think about the spin-off revenue of that. In 2007, the Performing Arts Center sold 169,658 tickets, and in 2008, 157,212 tickets.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gutierrez?
No, I just wanted to ask Mr. Brower if he had any, to finish his statistics, but if you're done.
Basically, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that the arts are not revenue negative, they're not revenue neutral, they're revenue extremely positive, and that's the way you need to look at that when you start approaching this 6-year plan. Because the current plan, and I looked at it today, I see nothing in it but police, fire, and street maintenance. And while I'm all for all of those, that does not make a community. A community is a much broader base than just that. And when you build this plan, you need to have arts and libraries and other events in that plan besides just the basic safety needs of this community.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Holly Haney. I am a dancer at the Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy, and I am here to support the inclusion of the arts in the 6-year budget plan. The Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy was established in 1997, over a decade ago, to preserve the art of classical dance while providing professional instruction to inspiring professionals and recreational dancers of all ages. The teachers and students strive together to provide a professional atmosphere inside and out of the dance studio. I would now like to let you hear from some of my fellow dancers about how they feel about the arts and how the arts are important to the community. Thank you.
My name is Helen Lindemud, and I am a dancer at Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy. Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy is one of the few studios offering classical ballet performances and training in Alaska. Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy gives children and youth an opportunity to perform for their community as well as follow their dreams in the arts. Dancers are given an opportunity to have more performing than any other studio in Anchorage, giving them the confidence and a sense of accomplishment. Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy also offers a training program for those who are interested in becoming a professional dancer. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mariah Walker, and I am 15 years old. I have been dancing ballet since I was 6 years old, so this next year will be my 10th year dancing ballet. My fellow dancers and I dance for hours a day for 6 days a week, because we all are determined to become professional dancers and one day join a great company. My longest day is 8 hours long on Saturday, but since I am willing to become a professional dancer, I am willing to put in all my time and strength into it. Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy is the most convenient place for me to attend. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michaela Hayes, and I'm 13 years old. I am here to support the inclusion of the arts in the 6-year budget plan. All the dancers at Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy have hopes and dreams for the future. Some of them wish to become professional dancers. Others use this as a tool to further their careers in other places. I'm only 13, but my future is close, and all I want in it is dance, because it's important to me. Ever since I was a little kid, I've been twirling around in my living room, and that's all I wanted to do.
So, since I've struggled, I've known dance has always been there for me. But if it's not there, I don't know what I'll rely on. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heidi Klotz, and I'm here to support the inclusion of the arts in the 6-year budget plan, and I'm also a dancer with Anchorage Ballet. I'm going to read a letter from a lady whose daughter attended Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy, and she was unable to attend here today. Hello, my name is Francoise Johnson, and the reason I am writing this letter is to tell you the journey of my daughter, Gabrielle Johnson, embarked on. Gabrielle was born and raised in Palmer, Alaska. By the time she was 7 years old, she told me she wanted to dance. I myself took 10 years of ballet and knew how important it was to get the right training. I was fortunate enough to find Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy, even though Palmer is a very long commute. So Gabrielle started dancing at the age of 7, twice a week, with Farah Kanali as her instructor. Next thing I know, Gabrielle is 11 years old, and we are commuting 6 days a week. By the time she was 13, Gabrielle was dancing a minimum of 4 hours a day, 6 days a week. It was her choice. She made up her mind to become a professional ballet dancer, and preferably a principal dancer at the American Ballet Theater. Because of Anchorage Classical Ballet Academy, she went to Toronto for a week on an exchange program with the Canadian Ballet School located in Toronto. Gabrielle also went to the Youth America Grand Prix twice. She was fortunate to go to the finals in New York City, where she competed with dancers from all over the world. At the age of 15, Gabrielle informed me she wanted to audition for the Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis School of American Ballet Theater in New York City. Michelangelo Canali, the ballet instructor at the time, prepared her for a DVD audition. Not only was she accepted to the Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis School of American Ballet Theater for the year 2009 and 2010, she was also invited to the summer program at at the American Ballet Theater in New York City. On her first day at Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis School of American Ballet Theater, one of her teachers approached her and told how impressed she was.
Can you summarize?
We need the arts present in our society to have this education available, and we hope that you include the arts in your decision.
Johnston.
Yes, thank you all for your very erudite testimony. You're all very impressive. Thank you. I'm confused. Does the Anchorage Ballet at this point receive funds from the municipality of Anchorage?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a direct result of funding from the municipality.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, I'm Michael Holzman, Executive Director of Out North. Our corporate name is actually VSA Arts of Alaska. I've been in town for many moons, and one of the first things that I learned when I got to town was Anchorage has 4 seasons: early winter, midwinter, late winter, and getting ready for winter. Perhaps it is the long winter that has made Anchorage a sophisticated arts town since the late 1930s. And I'm very proud of Anchorage that we continue to have a good quality of life all through our winter, and I hope that your 6-year plan will continue to recognize that long tradition and the importance of it. I'd like to give you a slightly different perspective, is my second point, that John was talking about, which is arts is good for business. We just, this weekend, had Emily Johnson, a Yupik experimental dancer who graduated from Soldotna High, and 25% of our audience was from out of Anchorage. These are people that bought hotel rooms, ate in restaurants, came to Anchorage because we were doing something that nobody else in the state was doing. This coming weekend, we hope to attract people from the AFN convention with our gallery, which is titled "This is Displacement. Native Artists Consider the Relationship Between Land and Identity." These are things that I think are really important for the quality of life of our community as well as for good business. Finally, I'd like to point out that the arts is very important for preparing our children for the jobs of the future. The jobs of the future are not going to be memorizing things by rote or making things in factories. The jobs of the future and for our children will rely on them being creative and innovative. And they're learning these skills in Anchorage today from many arts organizations. And so those are my 3 points, and thank you very much.
Mr. Birch.
Sir?
Come back,
I
please.
just had
excuse me.
I'm sorry. We just were delivered this evening a nonprofits art group funding summary here, and I just was curious. I'm trying to get a sense for what percentage I think it looked like $23,000 in 08. I don't have a feel for how large your overall budget.
Our overall budget, before you include in-kind, which is substantial, is probably about $320,000, $360,000 with in-kind. This funding is very, very critical because a lot of our funding requires match, and this funding, the beauty of it is that it doesn't have any requirements to it, and so we literally generate 10 times that amount of money for doing what we do in a wide range of things, galleries and student youth programs, as well as working with emerging artists, bringing up national artists. We're really a small business, and this is a small but one of the most important pieces that we have.
Thank you.
I just want to remind Assembly members there is nothing in this document about specific expenditures. This is really big picture on just revenues. So, thank you.
My name is Georgianne Cross McKeever, and I am here to support inclusion of the arts in the 6-year budget plan. I have been a member of the arts community and supporter in Anchorage since 1966, including Anchorage Community Theater, Anchorage Concert Chorus, Anchorage Folk Festival, Sitka Summer Music Festival. I would like to read a letter from Kate Hamry and members of Barefoot, formerly Barefoot Bluegrass. Dear Assembly members, I am currently writing from Charlottesville, Virginia, having just opened for the world-renowned Irish band Solas. 3 days ago, I received an email from a friend, Georgianne, about the Anchorage Arts budget possible cuts in 2010, and felt compelled to write a letter. A little history on myself. I was born and raised in Alaska and grew up listening and learning folk music, fiddle, bass, piano, and guitar. Much of my parents' money and my time as a child and teenager went to attending private lessons, music camps, practicing, driving to youth orchestra, and such. In 1999, my band, Barefoot, started playing together, and we have been playing professionally ever since. After 10 years, we have 4 CDs, an agent in North Carolina, a record company and manager in Nashville, and are a full-time professional touring band flying all around the country to play music. My band members and I strongly believe that the arts programs in Anchorage are needed and that the budget should not be cut.
Ma'am, there's nothing about this in this document. It's not related at all. And I apologize for getting this started. It's hard to say you can't speak after other people have, but this is not relevant to the matter before us. It really isn't. You're welcome to come and say this next week and the following week, but it's not pertinent to the matter before us.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. Dr. Selkirk.
I think it's important. I do think there's a relationship between the 6-year plan and the budget. I do want to encourage people to talk about the 6-year plan. I think it's appropriate to be talking about the importance of art, and I think it's appropriate to be talking about the funding issue of art, because the 6-year plan is a budget plan. So I guess I'm not talking about specific items, but the fact is that the 6-year plan is intended to guide our budget work.
Dr. Suffolk, I don't want to debate that with you. There is nothing about a specific expenditure on anything in here. I reviewed it again.
I'm not disagreeing with
and I'm not
you.
going to tell these people to go away at this point, but I'm getting increasingly frustrated because I don't think this is pertinent to the matter before us. I really don't. So I'm just asking you, please, to abbreviate your testimony or speak in very global terms. Nothing about specific grants to any. That's next week, not this week. Thank you.
That was my intention. Madam Chairman and Assembly members, I appreciate this opportunity to speak. My name is Terry Gottstein, and I will be brief and general. I'm here to support inclusion of the arts in the 6-year budget plan, and I think possibly one of the reasons that so many people turned out to speak on this generally is the economic climate right now. We're all aware of how difficult it is and the difficult decisions that you'll all eventually be facing. I don't have facts and figures at my fingertips about the economic impacts of the arts. I just basically want to say that that I believe it should be the arts should be included in the 6-year budget plan because contrary to the way the arts are viewed by many, they're not fluff. This is not fluff. They're essential to life here and should be an essential part of the 6-year budget plan. In addition to the economic impacts that other people have addressed, I was struck when I heard the people from Anchorage Classical Ballet speaking that for every kid that is involved in the arts, that's dollars that you won't be spending on having to pick up the pieces of their lives. Because they're involved in the arts, it saves you money in the long run in terms of it's not just an economic issue, obviously, because you're saving lives. Every time that somebody comes before you and talks to you about an alcohol or substance abuse program and how kids are getting involved in this or kids are getting involved in gangs or any of that stuff, the broader issue is that if they have arts programs available to them and things to do, you avoid that stuff altogether. It's about prevention. And so that's my purpose in coming to speak here, to have the arts included in the 6-year budget plan.
Okay, thank you. There is no way to include any particular fire, police. There's no way to include any of them in this.
I understand. I wasn't speaking to that at all.
Mr. Klayman.
Actually, I didn't have a question for Ms. Gottstein, but in the discussion that the chair was having about this particular 6-year plan, this is up for Assembly approval. It also is potentially up for Assembly amendment. I recognize that we're not putting specific budget amounts, but to the extent that a majority of this Assembly believes there should be a sentence or two that added to talk about the arts or talk about parks or talk about, I don't know, there could be 10 different things that this body could want to add to this plan. And their testimony, I think, is relevant to that topic. And I certainly appreciate the chair's desire to move the order of business along, but I also think that if these folks think that we should have at least a sentence or two about the arts in our 6-year plan, I think it's worth hearing their thoughts.
Thank you. Mr. Klayman.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Sharp.
Good evening. I'm Joy Sharp, S-H-A-R-P-E, and I'm here to talk about the including of the arts in the 6-year budget plan. A few years ago, I went to Bethel and went to a little shop there and found a T-shirt which I bought for our children, which said, "Without art, it's all frozen tundra." And I believe that there's more truth to that than fiction, and even though Anchorage isn't tundra, I believe without art, it's all drudgery and work. I think arts are essential to our community. And I think that, as someone before me mentioned, just getting through the long, cold winters, it's important to have art opportunities, both for participation and for audiences to enjoy. I would also say that arts stimulate creativity and intellectual thought, and I would give us an example of this in a group that has received grants in the past from the municipality, and that's Cyrano's series of plays dealing with the Alaska history things. It has been very, very beneficial to our community. The arts speak to all groups of people, and when groups come to the hearing for distribution of the grants, it's amazing the variety of groups that come to receive monies. And I would like to speak to one of those groups, which is children. I'm an educator as well. And I am involved with Alaska String Camps. I went to Mountain View School this spring to recruit children in their orchestra to come to our camps during the summer. And the children, you know, almost think that's an impossibility to do something like this during the summer. But there was a teacher in the room, a math teacher in the room, who was so excited about the children that she knew in the orchestra who should go to camp, she said. And she ran out after I left and asked if we had funding to help these children go to camp during the summer. I said, well, we do have a limited amount of money for scholarships, but in order to ensure a place, we would really need to have about $100 per child. She got it from the Mountain View Lions Club, and she was convinced that arts are important in the development of children's lives.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, Assembly, and Mayor, my name is Kevin Mateer. I've been a resident of Anchorage probably about, 1984. I can't do that math. 25 years, I guess. And I remember when the cemetery, oddly we're going to go down this venue a little bit, looked like Boot Hill. Downtown looked something like hell. It was pretty grudgy downtown. And there's actually probably still one restaurant next to Allure as I was going downtown the other day going, wow, is that Chinese pagoda place still there? But remnants of our past are still out there. And if we don't do something today to change it in our plans for the future, we as government, because I am one of those, will be maybe where we're at now, again, in the future. If you know what a kitchen conference is, it's when a husband and a wife or some folks who are together have children and they're conferencing in their kitchen about them. And my wife said that the very camp that Joy was talking about, well, that's a little expensive for our budget. We made the sacrifice because I looked at her as a therapist and a business owner, and I said, you know what? I can't guarantee your odds, but I can tell you that if you don't do something now different, it's a possibility in this town that that boy will be in jail at a later time, or will be dealing with an issue, something different than him playing the Tennessee Waltz for his grandmother at 10 years old. And so those are the kinds of impacts that we as government make. I work in the ability to change veterans' lives in the job market. It's important. I believe America will become fixed one job at a time. When you're doing our job or your job and I'm doing my job, we'll do it together. There won't be any big fixes, but one piece at a time. You'll create opportunity, programs for people, volunteer opportunities, education, assisting the byproduct through revenues, through gasoline taxes that I pay going back and forth to whatever it is that I'm doing for the arts. Insurance. You're not paying directly, but indirectly you're probably going to get a revenue back from that paying. You're going to get media attention, parent involvement, which this city really needs. A lot of us are doing it. We need more. Maybe we'll get a better community. The tradition of the arts to Native people, and maybe the tradition of the arts through all of our cultures. So Assembly, Madam Chair, Mayor, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for the time.
Mr. Flynn has a question.
So you were saying roughly 25 years ago, downtown was somewhat grungy and, yeah.
I remember that, you know the block that the parks, the National Park Service building sits on?
I know it very well.
I used to remember there was a lot of cat houses on that lot, or bars.
It was also the White Spot Cafe. It wasn't that bad.
A what?
It was also the White Spot Cafe. It wasn't that bad.
No, that's a few blocks over, I think.
Now it's on 4th Avenue.
Oh, now it's on 4th.
It's on 5th, I remember.
I was 18 then.
Okay. I guess I spent most of my formative years downtown, so that might explain a few things. But thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Coffey?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I was just looking at last year's one-page fiscal plan, which frankly doesn't mention anything other than revenues or expenditures. Did you testify last year about the absence of the arts in the fiscal plan from last year?
You know, having children motivates parents really well? Probably not.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm having the same problem that the chairman is, and that is this is sort of a generalized plan, and there's things in here that, depending on how you view them, if you use the ACVB and Chambers and Economic Development Corporation and the other entities that lead us into the economic environment, which I've heard tonight about the arts and how it produces not only good citizens but an economic benefit, then I see some things that here that could be included to do that. I mean, they could be interpreted to mean that. And then I think about The Lion King, and somebody said if you didn't go to that, too bad, but I went, and it was a delight. But I don't think there was any public money in that. I think I did the numbers on the $85,000 and the average ticket price. I think Disney brought that up here because they could make money. And it didn't cost the city anything, and they came here for that purpose. So that's how I supported the arts in that sense. I bought a ticket.
True.
And so I guess my question is, if people here aren't asking for money for their programs, which I heard a bit of tonight, what is it that you want us to say in here?
I think what I'm looking at, and I'm in no means I view you as a body that is well educated and that has some semblance of community and understanding about these things. So I'm asking for this body to take a look at that and to treat it fairly among the other divisions of where you have to put your money. I understand that budgets are budgets and that something may have to be cut somewhere. But I'm not saying that all of it should come from one place or another.
Oh, I don't think any of us think that.
No.
Although we are trying to prioritize.
Right. And that is amenable in these conditions. We are all in economic times. I can tell you when the gas went up 8 cents a gallon from the state, I'm like, hello, Governor. You going to continue the moratorium? No. Didn't happen.
Well, I guess finally I just ask this question. I haven't heard comment before on the fiscal plan proposed by Mr. Begich over the years. And then this year when we're faced with budget considerations, there seems to be a concern that somehow we've omitted from a 14-page document a specific reference to a specific type of expenditure because of fear that we're somehow going to put the whole burden on the arts. Is there...
I honestly, I don't have that answer. I came here in support of a balanced plan. And if that balanced plan includes my son, who can play very well, and he plays the saxophone, and I pay for all of this.
Yeah, I know.
I understand.
I have a cellist.
Exactly. So, and I know where this could lead. It's already opening up performance opportunities for him in a couple of different venues. And so when I look at that, and he's asking me for the $2,300 saxophone that's looking like black ice with brass valves. But on that same token, I look at him and I go, I need half of that money out of your case when you open it up and start playing for people.
Well, isn't...
Good budgeting.
Well, I just want to remind everybody debating with people is not good. Maybe.
Sure.
Thank you.
I know. Thanks.
All right. A question, Dr. Sokring?
To some degree, I'll do my best to make it a question.
Please, a question.
Did you know that the requirement for a 6-year program, budget program, is part of the original charter?
Say that again,
The
please.
6-year that you're testifying tonight on is part of the original charter? And it was required, did you know it was required by the charter as a tool to provide kind of continuity from one year to the next about what we think is important in terms of budgeting?
While I don't know specifically the answer to your question, I've dealt with federal government for quite some time, and I know you have to project. And it's a model of that projection. And that's where I look at you as our House and Senate all in one camera.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Mr. Clayman, question?
Yes. Mr. Coffey asked you some questions about Mayor Begich's fiscal plan. And if you had been aware that that fiscal plan was one page and really didn't describe at some more length some of the different priorities that the city has for kind of the long-range fiscal planning, would you have been critical of that plan had you been aware of it?
If I knew a lot of things about what goes on in government, I would probably be very critical of it. But I did not and was not aware. You know.
And would it also be fair to say that, at least as we look at this fiscal plan, you would like us to at least consider putting things in there that address some of these, what I would broadly describe as quality of life issues that may be appropriate for the city to consider in how it spends its money?
Quality of life as well as activities of daily living. When you live in a winter city, it's going to be very depressing.
Right.
And it helps.
And last, I'll just note that if you're struggling with saxophone purchase decisions as a parent of a saxophone player, feel free to call me. I can offer some advice,
Sure.
and I won't
I
charge
appreciate
you
that.
time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Take care now.
Ms. Osiander, members of the Assembly, I'm the current chairman of the Municipal Arts Commission, and I'll be very brief. I just would like to answer some of Mr. Coffey's questions, if I may. Is that acceptable?
Yes, you can say whatever you want.
Thank you.
But you better start with your name, Mr. Blayhouse.
Oh, I thought I said that. Ed Blayhouse. Live in Eagle River. But I don't have a dumpster.
The chair objects to the uh-ohs.
I had the opportunity to speak to Jason Hodges at a concert last week, and I would like to just say the commission awarded $37,000 to the Concert Association last year as part of the $261,000 that you folks authorized us to give out. And I'm certain a portion of that is used for the administration of the Concert Association. Even though they didn't make any money off of the Lion King, they did do a lot of the administration for the presentation. It was a huge success, and many people contributed to it, including the Concert Association people. In speaking to him, we were both commenting about how wonderful the presentation of the Lion King was, and he said one of the reasons why West Coast Entertainment came to Anchorage was because of the environment that is very supportive and helpful to shows like The Lion King. And they were very happy that we had an infrastructure and a supportive government structure that allowed things like The Lion King to come here and be successful. And that's really all I wanted to add to the discussion.
Mr. Coffey has a question.
Infrastructure was the word that caught my attention, which is the infrastructure being the Performing Arts Center. Is that not significant, as well as the human element?
Yes, indeed. Your distinction is correct.
Thank you.
So, Craig, a question.
So when times are tight and we don't have much to spend on the things that are important to us, I guess I'm wondering, the current plan or the current proposal for the 6-year program has police, fire, health, the health department really as a core priority. It has energy as a core priority, and it perceives quality of life issues in terms of saving taxes. So I guess as someone who's engaged in the arts, I guess I'm wondering if you think when we think about the next 6 years, there's a role for the arts in terms of quality of life, or the importance of arts in terms of quality of life. And in that context, I think that that's the reason things are being asked tonight. So, I mean, how do you see the arts playing its role in a community?
I came before this body 6-8 months ago to ask for some additional funding for an effort that we were trying to put together to support youth, disadvantaged youth funding, and provide them with scholarships and free tickets to presentations by the various arts groups. And those are the kinds of things that keep kids out of jail, I think. And yes, they contribute to the healthiness of our community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak? Yeah, could you please come forward? We still have a lot to do tonight.
Good evening, everybody.
Thank you.
My name is Leticia Tadina. I am with the Asian Alaskan Cultural Center Board. I came here I am here to support inclusion of the arts in the 6-year budget plan. Asian Alaskan Cultural Center Board is composed of 7 nations like Thailand, Korea, Japan, China, Philippines, and Laos. This Asian Cultural Center brings all these outside performers to come to Alaska, especially Anchorage, to promote and perpetuate the Asian American culture, because we don't these students from the Anchorage School District especially doesn't have the means to go outside the country, outside United States, to study about their culture. By bringing artists from outside the state of Alaska or the country, United States, it encourages tourism industry. Also, it builds up the trade industry of Alaska. Like the Japanese people, the artists from Japan, they come to Alaska, and then when they go back, they will say that Alaska is so beautiful. The people in Alaska are very helpful. Then we are going to encourage business in Alaska. Also, the people from Korea, they come here because every year we encourage different nations to come. 7 nations. Every year, different nation will host the Asian Culture Night. So every year we have different nations coming to Alaska. So I encourage that the municipality of Anchorage will support the arts, because it's not only dancing and music that the Anchorage School District students will learn. It also encourages their physical motivations. They study hard because they will see these people that if you know how to dance and you like your culture, you have the tendency to go out and perform to your culture to the other nations in other states, not only in Alaska itself.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tim Pearson. I'm here just representing myself this evening. I'm just going to be very, very brief, 2 sentences, just to say that quality of life issues are a very important part of why many people choose to live in Anchorage. Industries like the oil industry, healthcare, the choice of where to work, which hospital to work, which branch of an oil company to work in, given the pay is the same, the conditions are the same, is generally decided by the quality of life in the various cities. So as quality of life goes down, we become much less attractive to those positions in well-paying jobs that make a huge impact on the revenues that are received here in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? There appears to be no one. Dr. Selkray?
I'd like to move to continue this till our next meeting.
Second.
Is there objection? All right, I've got to this on the board then. There's objection to the motion to continue. So
Madam
at this
Chair,
point-
will we have discussion on the motion?
Oh, well, all right, I'm sorry. Discussion on the motion to continue. Mr. Gutierrez.
I would like to speak in favor of postponement, and I want to say why. And I apologize to the second to last speaker, Mr. Coffey, and I were having a conversation while you were speaking, and I apologize, but it was on the relevance of this topic and the importance of it. I want to say that, first of all, to the administration, I acknowledge you didn't have a lot of time to put this document together, that you haven't been around that long, and there's a lot here, and it's good. It's good. And it's more than we've seen in the past since I've been on the Assembly, and so I definitely want to acknowledge that. That was a good job. I don't think that what I heard from the people testifying was necessarily a deficiency in this document. What I heard was, I think, a fear that the importance of a certain segment might get overlooked. Whether that's actual or not, it's there. We heard about annually a typical $15 to $17 million economic positive impact on the city under normal circumstances for the arts. This year, with one very large production, an additional $17.5 million. I know you get it. That's at least a spark plug, an economic spark plug, that probably merits a sentence in this document. And that's the only reason I would support postponement, would be to give the administration a chance. And I know you acknowledge those things. I know you understand those things. But to alleviate some of the fears that we're going to overlook those things, which we're not, let's put it in here. Let's put a sentence or a paragraph on those quality of life issues that Mr. Pearson spoke of, and talk about the positive economic impact. Because there are ways we can support that economic engine or spark plug, whatever you would like to call it, that don't include us putting money in the budget. Certainly there are ways to support it by putting money in the budget, but we can support it other than financially as well. That's why I'd like to postpone this just for the briefest of time, to update the document, which is a good document, which was put together without a lot of time, but I think is a good start. And I know in the future it'll be even better. But that's why I would support postponement.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to remind Assembly members to not debate the merits of the topic, merely to define the discussion to postponement. Mr. Sullivan?
I'll pass. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk?
I would like to postpone because there was a confusion in how this was represented on our agenda. It came out on the addendum. I had people call me today and tell me that they didn't see it and they hadn't planned on they had planned on testifying. They just found out today that it was on the agenda, so I just would like to give people another chance, another opportunity to come out and testify. And just because I think this is important information for us to hear about just in a global sense in terms of what's important in the community as we move into the budget process. And I think that's the intention of this program. I think had it been noticed correctly, and had it been on the original agenda, I probably might have looked at it differently. But I do know that there were people who had planned to testify that were confused about what happened.
Okay. Well, I just want to note in the clerk's defense that it was noticed as soon as it was received.
Except it wasn't on the regular agenda.
It was received late. Mr. Birch, on postponement.
I'm speaking against postponement. This is a resolution. It's a resolution from the mayor. It's tremendously more detailed, and it's got a lot more information than any of the prior resolutions I've seen of a similar nature from in my term in the Assembly. I think it's just, we've got a lot to do. We've got a lot of budget issues ahead of us. To delay and further, push us down the road just doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's a plan, it's a strategy. I think it well lays out, it's well documented, it lays out a number of the large community issues. Unfortunately, I think the public has been misinformed. as the chair has aptly pointed out, that the specific details that have been testified to are not germane to the item before us. And I would speak against this delay and postponement and encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey on postponement.
Answering Mr. Gutierrez, if we talked about it tonight, we might be able to have that very amendment you suggested relative to quality of life. Now what we're going to do is we're going to spend, if this passes, a lot more time on this issue, and I don't think that is necessary. Thank you.
Mr. Klayman on postponement.
I would just note that I understand that we had this was put on the addendum late. I am very troubled by the notion that there are people in the public who actually want to be heard on this topic, that by closing the public hearing, we're depriving members of the public from a chance to be heard, because I think that's one of the most important things that we do is listen to the public. And I think criticism for the Begich administration for not having a more detailed plan is valid, but I think we have a strong mayor form of government, but that doesn't mean that on a resolution about a fiscal plan, it just means the mayor presents his vision and the assembly has no part in it. I think part of our life as the legislative body in a city with a strong mayor form of government is we want to make sure that what is in the mayor's plan reflects the assembly's priorities too, and I think a postponement will give us time to do that. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
I think postponement is a fairly simple yes or no, so I'm going to limit topics to twice to each assembly member speaking on this, if I could. Dr. Selkirk.
I just want to note that although we acted on this in our last meeting, and so the clerk was notified, and in fact, although it may not have formally been available to the clerk, it was presented to us at a work session by the administration in a timely fashion. So I think there was just a simple error, but it's an error that was at the cost of the public having the information about when we were going to hear this. So I think we can resolve it by giving people a chance.
Okay, thank you. We're going to, at this point, vote on continuation. A yes vote will continue the matter. A no vote will cause us to vote on this tonight. That matter is continued to our next meeting. At this point, Mr. Mayor, did you still want to make a comment or not?
There's nothing on the floor to comment on, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. All right.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
Move to change the order of the day to take up items beginning with 14C and continuing until we're through, then coming back to 14B.
All right. That motion to reorder is before us. I would like to ask the body, if you know that something's going to take a lengthy period of debate, you have several amendments, if you could let us know so we can make sure we get our business done.
Now, before we make the motion.
Yeah, actually, it would be pertinent now. So I'd appreciate a heads up if anybody has any major concerns. I'm asking if there's anything you could give us a heads up that it may take significant time to deal with.
I don't think significant. I'm not going to just cursory pass 14E. I have some questions for AWWU, so that shouldn't be lengthy.
Okay. Is there objection to the reordering? All right. Seeing none then. The next item before us is item 14C, which is AR 225. It's a resolution recommending or forwarding recommendations to the AMATS Policy Committee regarding the adoption of the fiscal year 10 through 13 TIP. If you'd like to speak to us on the transportation plan for the city, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion.
Madam Chair.
Mr.
Can we call the House, ma'am? The AMATS committee representative's not in the room. I'd like her to hear some of the testimony.
There is no testimony.
Or my comments, please, so I can.
All right. At this time, Mr. Flynn has the floor, and if somebody could. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members should have in front of them, they were provided with this evening when they arrived, a new set of tables It's dated October 13, 2009. It says draft in the upper right-hand corner. And Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we amend this document by incorporating these tables in lieu of those that are attached to the document in our packets. And just to explain, there were some updates that were received by the AMATS coordinator after this document was prepared. We were made aware of that at our Friday work session and asked for the updated information.
Thank you. I need a second. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see. All right, is there objection? Seeing none, thank you for doing that, Mr. Flynn. We did request that. All right, any other discussion on this?
On adopting, or just, what are we talking the main question here?
Question on the entire matter at this point. We approved the substitution of the new tables. So the main matter is before us.
Madam Chair, does everybody have the copy of the new tables? I don't believe
They
we do.
should have. They were placed in front of you at the beginning of the meeting.
The new tables, and they reflect.
Mr. Mayor, the AMATS coordinator will get you one right now.
All right. Is there discussion? Mr. Starr.
Well, at the work session and prior knowledge of the document, each line has to sort of balance with the funding. So if we make an amendment in one area, we have to be able to mess with the discussion numbers in another quantity, which means if you have the trend like I do to move a project up a year or back to where it used to be, then you have to have knowledge on a project that's similarly funded to move. And that's my quandary here, is I specifically referenced Table 3, and I'm not sure I have an amendment here, but I'm asking for guidance from the body. Table 3 is an unnumbered page, of course, but of the new document. On line G3, I have some challenges with how to do two things. First is to communicate the similar speak that DOT has communicated to some of my community council areas on G3 line item, which is the Eagle River Road Rehab Project. It's moved now, according to this suggestion, to AMATS to move it to 12. It's a very expensive project, so I'm having challenges in balancing the money as well as the expectation of 2011 with my community. That's one problem I have. The other problem I have is that there's project dollars. The overall scope of the project is forecast to be $26 million. We've since allocated and dedicated and perhaps spent $5 million of that total project cost in right-of-way acquisition already. We've asked people to vacate, we've made property line changes, and we've acquired land already. So my dilemma is when you start to go down that path of that well past design and you're into right-of-way acquisition, when do you say the project's a go? And do we gain anything by doing anything more than referencing these challenges to my two representatives? I don't know what to do. I'm hesitant to modify the document because I don't think I'd be very good at it. But I'm hesitant to say I agree.
Mr. Starr, I had a conversation with Mr. Lyons on this earlier this evening or this afternoon. And would you object if he came up and tried to...
No, I tried to reach him as well, and I didn't get through.
Or Mr. Wilbur, whoever...
Either one would be helpful to tell me what's going to happen to that project, the communications therein, and what should I do.
Yeah, I specifically asked him about the 211 versus the 212, but you want to answer?
Sure, through the chair. The project, according to DOT, would be ready to go in 2011. It's just the finite amount of dollars there that's available, and so it gets pushed out. And I mean, you can look at the project that's above it, that Huffman Road reconstruction, which is basically taking up all the allocation for 2010 and 2011, and the 2011 money that's there is being borrowed into 2010. You know, you borrow that money out of there, then you don't have as much allocation left. So, finite amount of money. I mean, you can. The Assembly is here to offer the advice to the policy committee. So you can move creatures around. You just the dollar amount at the end has the dollar amount that it has to equal up to. So if you move the Eagle River Road up, we need to move the Huffman Road out. So which is,
Well,
I mean, they're
typically,
both.
and I appreciate that suggestion to do that, it's hard for me to know the phases and the stages of projects where we're at. My argument on moving Eagle River Road is that we've first got the community sort of ready to do it. We've had the expenses towards the design teams, the public forums, well-attended public forums, all the debate, all the hardship, all the stuff. Is that the same with the Huffman Road project? I don't know that. And I don't know right-of-way acquisition dollars comparative to what we've already expensed out to that DOT's queue. There's a whole lot of ripple effect when you do this. We came out of the Nature Center is all up in arms about being able to handle parking, and I just have a lot of stuff going on. When you throw something like this, it's not just dollars moved; my community moves. And do I push to get a priority over Huffman Road for those reasons? I'm unsure.
Well, I wasn't at all the meetings for Huffman Road, so I don't know, on a scope, the community, interest in that, but it sure seems like there was a lot in that as well. But, it's partly what we do is we get the information from DOT, and they'll tell us, well, this one is ready to go in, say, April of 2010, and maybe Eagle River Road is a little farther out, and so they just kind of.
Well, that's not what they're saying, though. They're saying Eagle River Road is shovel-ready next year. They're
Right.
saying that to the public as early as 2 weeks ago.
And I believe Huffman's in the same boat, so. Well, again, what I mentioned earlier, the idea of the advanced construct, I mean, this is something that, you're borrowing from one year to move it into the next, and you kind of, whatever you borrow, you can't use that year. Obviously, that makes sense. So it's up to the Commissioner of DOT to decide that's something he will okay. Basically what happens is the state puts up the money. Later on, the feds pay it back.
Well, the debate that continues from this point on, this document is what you're going to take from advice of the Assembly, I assume. The feedback therein, do you debate DOT at the AMETS level and tell them this is what we're hearing from the community?
Well, it's the Assembly's
Okay,
position to let us know what you want us to do.
Yeah, well, I don't want to mislead my community, first off, and I don't want to, have to fight at 2012, 13, 14 for monies that we've got in the can. $5 million of right-of-way acquisition dollars allocated by the state to go ahead shows a pretty firm commitment, and that's a lot of money in comparison to the total amount of the project, 20%. So there comes a time when you reach that. Are we to that point with Huffman? Have we expensed the money beyond design and public hearing?
Well, through the chair, Mr. Starr, the way the federal dollars work is once you have an approved environmental document, you start a time clock ticking. And so both Huffman, actually the first 6 projects all have improved environmental documents. That's what the G is at the start of the number there. And so all of those creatures, if you don't build them in a set period of time, you will have to pay it back. And so Huffman and Eagle River Road are both in that same boat. They've had the right-of-way done. They're ready to go to the next phase. As long as the feds see that you're making an effort towards building it, they may have a little wiggle room on, I think it's a 10-year time frame, but by and large, they need you to start moving on it. And they're both in that boat. They're both ready to roll.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing else, ma'am.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the questions from my colleague, Mr. Starr. Mr. Starr, what you are struggling with is very similar to what Dr. Selcraig and I struggle with at AMEX meetings. The fiscal constraint requirement is real. The dollars are dwindling, and we're not seeing a lot of light at the end of the tunnel with the Safety Lou reauthorization that is pending in Congress and probably won't be approved until sometime next year. We are, at least I am, I should say, from my perspective, I am very hesitant to move projects into this, well, what we refer to as grandfathered point, because I'm not confident we're going to have the dollars to pay for them. And we might find ourselves on the hook of not only not having the money to pay for them, but then having to pay money back for the work that we've done to get to that point. So this is a big issue, not just for your neighborhood, but for metropolitan planning organizations all over the country. So I guess this is something I would encourage you and your constituents to communicate to our congressional delegation as we look at the reauthorization of Safety Lou, as we look at what transportation policy is going to look like in future years. We really need to be thinking about, are there going to be enough dollars to do what we need to do, not just in terms of building roads, but all the other itinerant pieces of this puzzle. So I echo your frustration, sir, and look forward to working with you to try and alleviate, if not absolve.
Well, I think if you're going to throw it out like that, and if I may respond, Madam Chair, because the issue for me is the bang for the buck when you start to have allocated dollars. And we're talking about almost an 11-mile stretch of a road that's pretty unsafe. I mean, quite frankly, I drive it a lot. What we're talking about in the Huffman Road upgrade is four roundabouts and additional lane expansion around a larger transportation plan, in my opinion. There may be more details, there may be backups, there may be heavy accidents, but you've got pedestrian amenities, you've got 4 additional that, and you're talking going from a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road. In some spots of this 5.3 to mile 13, you're at less than a lane right now with crumbling asphalts and water issues and all the other things that go along with the needs to improve community. We also have the available lands that are servicing this, and if we want to increase our tax base, it means new houses and new construction and all that. You foster development by, improved access, better ways to move up there, school buses transfer, kids easier so people build those houses. We've got a tremendous amount of available and developable land that this new road would service. So my quandary is what's more important, and I quite frankly feel impelled to say I don't really care about 4 more roundabouts off of the Huffman Loop for that, 2.5 miles? It's a $16 million spread. I get 11 miles for $12 million bucks. I need 12 to get going, which they're ready to go tomorrow, just like you are. So, this is what we do here is we debate. So in that case, I'm probably willing to move the amendment. I'd like to move 12.773, which is $12,773,000 into year 11 and move an equal amount out of the Huffman Road G2 project into 2012. Second. And that's enough debate. I think the issue is just that, is what's the priorities of the community and where do they win yin or yang. And I stand by that, and I just look for debate.
Okay, there's people in queue, but I'm going to, if you want to speak to this particular amendment, if you could raise your hand so I could recognize you. Dr. Selkirk, on this amendment?
First, I want to appreciate Mr. Starr for his ability to represent his district. I think he is a fierce advocate, along with Ms. Osiander, in terms of the interests of his district. I think that the challenge on AMATS has to do with the issues that Mr. Flynn raised, which in fact is that we've got dwindling resources and a lot of roads started. And I think actually it's important for this body to realize it's going to get more complex as we talk about highway to highway or the bridge and a whole variety of other things, because our pot isn't getting bigger. That said, I would like to suggest that this body become more familiar with the criteria. I mean, ultimately there's a set of criteria, the criterion that has to do with how you rank things. And certainly some of it is a matter of judgment, but there's other things involved in terms of safety and usage and the level of need in the road. So I think it's important for this body to understand that criteria. And so I am not going to support this, but what I will do, assuming it doesn't pass, I don't know if it will or won't, I will, at our AMATS meeting, request a review of these 2 projects and understand better what the needs on Huffman are and what the needs are on Eagle River. And then at that time, I will do my best to discern between these 2 projects in the interest of the overall public. And that's the best I can do here. I think just moving one project out and another project in this manner only makes a winner and loser without a real clear understanding of why or what we're doing. Thank you.
I'm going to plead with Assembly members to be succinct. We have a whole lot of work to be done. It's already 9 o'clock, and we are just starting. Mr. Starr, you back in queue? Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I clearly don't support this revision. We have had a number of projects in South Anchorage. I think the DeArmond Road, we actually pulled that project out because of some of the local concerns, and that kind of went back into the mix. The Huffman Road project, one of the concerns there is there's a school that abuts the road, and there's been longstanding and frequent concerns voiced about kind of the safety issues associated with the population. And frankly, it's a fast-growing area of South Anchorage. I haven't sat down and done the nose count, and I'm not, but the growth that we've seen in Kempton Hills and just in that, that immediate area has been significant. And this is a continuation, as I understand it, and talking with DOT is a continuation of their program and the progress that they plan. So I think this would be a disruptive and pull this out of sequence would be probably wouldn't be good. I'm not sure to what extent the Department of Transportation has weighed in on this, but I'd be inclined to leave this as it stands. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, and I want to, again, plead with Assembly members to be succinct. Basically, both these projects have met criteria, as I understood from Mr. Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real briefly, I would gently note that at AMATS we approved a significant amount of American reinvestment or rehabilitation stimulus dollars for rut repair on the Glen Highway this year. We sent a lot of money to the old Glen Highway reconstruction, and so we too have to sort of balance between the regions. I would like to believe we've done a reasonable job of that, without any disrespect toward Mr. Starr's points about the importance of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to vote on the amendment, unless Mr. Wilbur, do you want to chime in at all? Oh, Ms. Johnston, you wanted to chime in?
I just wanted to echo Mr. Birch's comment. And also, as far as I can understand from Mr. Flynn, if we do the complete project at Lake on Huffman Road, then we are not liable for those funds. If we switch Huffman Road and Eagle River, as far as the first expenditure of Eagle River, and we are not able to get the second expenditure, the other additional $13,000, we could be liable not only for the Eagle River funds, but also for the Huffman funds when we didn't complete. And I think we have to look at completing projects so we're not liable to the federal government, besides just having a regional issue. Thank you.
Well, at this point, why don't we vote? Move the motion to amend from Mr. Starr.
And so a yes vote would make the change, and a no vote will keep the status quo?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Did you put that on the board?
There.
Okay. That motion fails. Let's go back to the main motion. And I'm going to plead with you again to be expeditious in your comments. Are there any other comments on the rest of the tip? Seeing no further comments, is there objection to approval of the tip? Seeing no objection, the tip recommendation is approved. Thank you very much. The next item before us is the 14D. This is AR 2009. It's a levy upon connection luck roll 09S1 for AWWU. If you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Thank you. Thank you. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. I'd like to open the public hearing for 14E. This is AO 113. This is a proposed rate changes to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska from AWWU. If you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Is there discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Mr. Starr.
I read these fancy glossy reports on utilities and the year-end reports, and I have the one from 2008, so maybe you don't, but I'll quote from it here in a little while. But one of the things I learned in there was that and mind you, the action in front of us is a rate increase, a proposed rate increase of the RCA of 2.5% for water and sewer rates through AWW customers. That's the proposed. That's to be effective January 1 of 2010. Customer growth in 2008, and again, I reference 2008 because that's what they do in this document. They use a baseline year, a test year study, if you will. So 2008 was it. In 2008, customer growth was 0.3%, a relatively light year. Budget and expenses are up in the 2010 budget to request a 2.5% increase. There's various reasons for that. AWW capital expenses and debt service, plant growth, depreciation of new plant, all of that adds to budget requirements. Operating budgets are comprised of many things that are controllable and some that are not controllable. I think you see the price of fuel in here. You see what they refer as chemicals, and that what I think I know about the labor spread is the other contributing cost to this, and a lot of union costs go into this. There's some footnotes in here that are very interesting. Baseline 2008 revenues increased in 2008 for the wastewater side by $24,000 in 2008. In 2007, revenues increased $3.6 million. There's quite a bit of spread between $24,000 in 2008 and $3.6 million in 2007. On the water side, operating revenues increased $430,000 in 2008, but they went up $3.8 million in 2007. So we're seeing a flattening of the service demands and the new customer growth in Anchorage. We're also seeing a flattening in their revenues. What I see happening now is the need to raise our rates because we have controllable costs that we, quite frankly, aren't controlling. I believe AWW runs a good ship. We're giving increases in our labor contracts. There's a footnote in their report. The increase in operating expenses on the water utility side was due primarily to $0.7 million increase in depreciation expense with increased plant or new infrastructure. Additional contributing factors were increases in labor costs from negotiated labor agreements and increases in fuel, chemical, and utilities. Labor costs, I believe, are about 45 to 50%. I don't know the number in there. Wastewater side, same thing, $1 million increase in depreciation expense. They're writing down the assets. Additional contributing factors were increases in labor costs for negotiated labor agreements and increases in fuel, chemicals, and utility. I'm going to vote no on the rate increase, the request to that. I think that the message starts to need to be sent to control the costs at a level that's controllable. The labor contracts that we approved, the baseline was all property tax, but here's where the consumers start to see the ramifications of increased labor costs as they start to see things that are not necessarily property tax related. Little by little by little, we do it. It's $2 here, $4 here, $3 here over time. And I guess my statement today, which it will most likely pass, a rate request is fairly common business for us, but I don't agree with it. I think we need to say, stop for a while. Let's control our costs. Let's dig in deep. Let's control our labors. If that means reducing labor, if that means reducing service offerings, that may be what I believe the consumers are looking for from us, and I won't be supporting this.
Selfie.
I'm interested in Mr. Primo's, if he would come up front, I've got a couple questions. I have two questions, and I'll ask them and then you can answer them. One is that I would like to know what's the implications of not approving this rate request. And the other is do you have any comments in regards to the information that was presented by Mr. Starr?
Through the chair, Ms. Selkrig, we may be getting the cart in front of the horse a little bit here. I'd like to start with an opening statement that might
Yes,
help.
but do you have an opening statement?
Yes, that might help everyone out. This is a timing issue with the RCA, and if you read the attached AM to the AO, it in essence says this: because we need to file rates effective on January 1, we need to file by November 15th. Because of the process in front of the board, because of the public process in front of the Assembly, we need to ask your permission to initiate that filing. As it's stated very clearly in the AM, if during the budgetary process that this rate increase is changed by the approval of the Assembly, then this said filing with the Commission will be in sync with the budgetary process. This is not a precursor to or premeditation of the budgetary process. This is just a timing issue with respect to us and the RCA.
So this basically allows us to raise the rates if we want, if we decide to raise the rates. But if we don't do this, we couldn't raise the rates.
That would be correct. Our filing with the RCA will be exactly in sync with the approved budget by the Assembly when the budget is approved at the end of November.
And the rate raising process is in the budget process. As part of it.
The budget that was submitted to you today, that I know you haven't had time to look at, does call for a 2.5% rate increase. And then speaking to that, we agree with Mr. Starr that we need to control expenses where we can control. I know, Mr. Starr, you haven't had a chance to look at our budget yet in detail. But with respect to labor, a controllable expense, we expect water, for example, I'm just looking at the budget material here, is 15.3 million water labor budget, 2009. 15.1 million labor budget, 2010. And that is being done, which you have not seen our presentation yet, but that is being done with a hold on positions at my level of 7% of our workforce next year. We will not be funding.
So if we approve this tonight, we're not committing to a raise, a rate.
That is correct,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Mr. Starr?
We're still going to raise the rates January 1, though, 2.5% to your customers if it's approved, right?
If the budget as submitted tonight is approved, that is correct, Mr. Starr.
Or this action is submitted tonight, is what you meant to say?
No.
Okay.
The action tonight gives us to initiate the process with filing the Commission. In order to have rates effective January 1, our filing has to be done 45 days in advance of that. Because of the public process here, the board process, we can't get there now without having permission today to go forward. Yeah. Should our budget not be approved as submitted tonight, then this filing will be retracted, amended according to the approved budget by this Assembly.
Okay. I already asked the question offline. Your budget's higher than it was last year, so you need to have more money.
That is correct. Again, just going back to the water budget, it's 45.8 million is the 09 pro forma, and 48.1 is the 2010 proposed budget.
Can you explain to me the flattening revenue? And we're just not seeing more customers being added to the system, right?
The flattening revenue from the numbers you quoted have two factors in it. One of the years you quoted did not have a rate increase in it. One year did have a rate increase into it. Irrespective of customer growth, you're going to see some additional revenues because of a rate increase. The other point is that we are only seeing about 0.3% customer growth, and for a fact, that's what we budgeted again for 2010.
So a pretty flat.
Oh, very flat, sir. Very flat.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, I see no further discussion. Is there objection to approval? Mr. Starr? All right, I'm going to put this on the board. Please vote. That's approved. Moving on. The next item before us is 14F. This is AR 234. It's appropriating a grant of $656,929 to underwrite projects to reduce crime and improve public safety. Anyone like to speak to this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Second.
Discussion.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
We are spending almost
In
all
your
of
mic,
this.
sir.
I'm sorry, I thought it was on. We're spending almost all of this. If you look on the AM page 2, line 37, we're spending it all on computers. and my memory isn't what it used to be, but I thought we just spent a whole lot of money on computers already. And the way this is described to me is, what do they call these things? Mobile data terminals, which is a laptop, refresh project base, phase. I don't even know what that means. It sounds like it's hardware in about $650,000 worth.
Do you
Is
want,
that right?
Is that, you want to
That's
ask?
a question,
All
yeah,
right.
of course.
Mr. Mayor, who would you like the chief to come forward, or Mr. Michaelis?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, yes, that is for a refresh of about 1/3 of the mobile data terminals in the police cars. So these are the laptop computers that you see used in the police cars.
What's refresh mean?
They have about a 3 to 4 year useful life cycle. So every 3 to 4 years, we try to refresh or take 1/3 of them out of service and put 1/3 of them new ones into service.
Refresh. That's a refreshing term. Refresh. In other words, we're replacing 1/3 of the computers.
Correct. That's what the technologists tell me they call it, is refreshing the fleet of them,
I'm sure
if
you
you will.
didn't write this word refresh because I think of those little things that hang off the rearview mirror.
Right. We're just replacing 1/3 of them so that we.
Okay.
Got 5 people.
Mr. Coffey, it's kind of like when you throw your golf clubs in the water trap and you have to get a new one.
Is this from downtown I'm hearing?
Mr. Coffey, are you done?
Well, I'm just thinking probably that's going to take a long time, so I'm done.
Thank you. Mr. Klayman, is a question?
Yes, but my understanding, this is an example in which we've been able to get a federal grant that will allow us to not have to go back to Anchorage taxpayers and ask for capital funds to replace these.
That is correct.
Actually, we're using federal dollars and saving our taxpayers money.
Exactly. That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Self-Craig.
It seems like this is the third one of these. Are we done? Because it seems to me that I've commented, this will be the third time I've commented on the need for a graffiti buster. And it's the third time. Now, the second.
So, Craig, could you not go into graffiti buster?
Well, excuse me, but I mean, the last one we had to be spent on software. This one doesn't have to be spent on software.
So your question is, can this?
Yeah, can this money be spent on hiring somebody to address graffiti? I mean, to bust people on graffiti?
Through the chair, Dr. Selker, I'm not sure if that would fall in the purview of this particular grant. They are, some of them are broader than others, and others are quite narrow, so this one is directed toward equipment. Some allow labor, some allow equipment. I'm not sure if this one would allow something along the lines of graffiti busters.
If my memory is correct, we spent the juvenile money on new computers. We spent the computer money on new computers, and now we're here to some general crime money on new computers. Mm-hmm. And I guess what I can tell you is I'm on an old laptop at home. It seems to work pretty well. Considering how tight money is, I'm a little concerned about our decisions around hardware and software. It's expensive. It comes with programs that are expensive and technicians that are expensive. And I live in a place where there was a gang killing. Somebody was killed in like a half mile from my house associated with gangs. And there's a big impact in terms of how our neighborhoods look and gangs. And we need that kind of attention on the street. So I guess I don't want to turn down this money, but I don't want to spend it on this item. I'm tired of buying computers when we have such big needs on the street.
Okay. Yeah. All that's before us is, do we take it or not at this point? Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was very similar along the lines to Dr. Selcraig's. Is there any way we can confirm? I know many times when you write these, you write them very specifically. We're asking for this many dollars specifically for this.
Madam,
is there any way we can confirm?
Madam Chair, I may be able to answer those questions better than
just a minute, please. I prefer that we go to our financial people on the city, if that's all right. Do you know?
I presume Mr. Klayman was involved in writing the grant in the first place.
I'm sorry. It may be very appropriate. Mr. Klayman, if you just give me a second. Mr. Mayor, did you have any information that could help us? And then I'll go to Mr. Klayman.
Not particularly. I think it's self-explanatory.
All right. The question was, is the grant flexible enough?
I think it's a specific grant for the usage of the computer refreshment.
All right. Mr. Klayman, did you want to answer the question now?
I'm happy to answer the question. This particular grant was one of several grants that, when we looked at federal monies that were available, we were very specific about trying to identify options we had in this city that would match up with the grant requirements and figure out ways to best capture the grants, because these were competitive grants. They weren't grants that were sort of, Alaska, you automatically get the money. These were grants that we needed to try to figure out a way that we had a good chance of getting them, and so we worked very carefully with the police department, with Chief Hune, and with the grant writer in the police department to identify what the police department believed to be the grants we could most likely obtain that would bring benefits to the city, give tax relief to our taxpayers, and get support from the federal government, and that's how this one came about. And
so the question is, though, from Ms.
It was narrow. It was
so
not.
You do not believe, or you do believe?
I do not believe we could have applied for graffiti busters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the question was answered.
Thank you very much. All right. At this point, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many, Chief Smith, how many computers are going to be purchased with this money?
I think it's on the document.
Is it for every vehicle?
Pardon?
Is it for every vehicle?
Well, the mobile data computers are in the marked vehicles and a certain number of the unmarked, so this would be for a third of those total vehicles, a third of the total fleet.
Okay. I'm really happy to accept this money because these computers contribute to saving lives, number one, and I've been in police cars, and I don't know if these are computers that are going to replace some of the computers I've seen in police cars, but the ones I've been in are pretty rough, and these save lives. So let's accept this money and use it for this purpose. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
I'm caught as well. These are these jumped up Panasonic hard books, I think, and they're like $4,300 a whack or something the last time we approved the appropriation to buy them. So they're expensive things. And I'll probably let this one go, but it's time to maybe look at leasing them to keep up with current technology or some other decision as opposed to that. This is somebody's money, and we're taking it for this. I'm challenged too, and I know you don't have a lot of the data as these things get prepared, but we're also taking about $8,000 of this and applying it to overtime. And where does that correlation go with what we need to do? Because again, I'm happy to see the benefits applied. That was my other quirk, was you contribute to your overtime budget, but you don't. Where's the overtime requirement for buying computers?
Right. That goes to administration of the grant and the reporting requirements of it. So that's just grant administration.
So there's a $10,000 amount already in there for grant administrators. So, are we just assuming that the grant administrators are going to work overtime to keep up on this? I'm not trying to be sarcastic.
No, I believe that the $7,800 comes out of that, the $10,000. I believe it's part of the breakdown, if I'm reading it right.
Yeah, maybe. That's so. Answers are, but it's somebody's money, and our priorities are just not there. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, I believe I should probably put this one on the board. Would you like to accept this grant money? Go ahead. And that passes unanimously. All right. The next item before us is 14G. This is AR 235. This is appropriating $1,460,676 as a grant from the state to fund our child care assistance program. If anybody would like to speak to this, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
That item is before us. Mr. Coffey.
I'm looking on the AM, page 2 of the AM, lines
We
11.
can't hear you, sir.
Lines 11 and 12.
Okay.
I see salaries and wages of $671,000 and benefits of $548,900. I don't understand how we can be paying what amounts to 80% benefits against wages. And if someone could explain that to me, I would appreciate it. That's a lot of benefits for against a lot of wages. I don't mind the wages. We're doing something that's probably a necessary program. Hello.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I I believe that you see that because these are generally lower, positions that are lower in the pay scale. And when we have positions that are lower in the pay scale, just the medical insurance costs a lot really drive up the cost of those benefits more than employees that are paid at a higher level. So because this program is primarily staffed with lower ranged employees, their benefit burden is higher than some of the other employees.
And it's a health care benefit? And it's a health care benefit?
I can't remember, but it seems to me that the health care, through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I don't know the exact amount, but it seems to me when I was looking at data that the health care benefit runs like $14,000 or $15,000 per employee. So if a person is at the lower range of the wage scale, that really does disproportionately, when you start adding on the other benefits, really raises the benefit burden.
Any other questions? Hearing and seeing none, are there any objections? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. I'd like to open at this time a public hearing on 14I.
Madam Chair.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not correct.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Gutierrez.
I would like to, a point of personal privilege, please.
You got confirmation?
I do. I am very sad to inform the body. I've just seen a press release from the House of Representatives in Juneau that Representative Richard Foster, longtime representative, has passed away. And as someone who served his community in this state for a long, long time, faithfully, I think that probably deserves a moment of silence on the part of this body.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for Representative Foster. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
He will be missed. All right. At this point, we are on, I believe it's 14H, which is AR 236. This is appropriating $1,013,263,000 from the state for the community health nursing services. If you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Please. All right. It appears that Ms. Johnston has moved it, but no one has seconded it. Thank you. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. At this point, I'd like to open the public hearing for AR 237. This is a resolution appropriating a supplemental grant of $242,178 from the Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to fund the Air Quality Public and Business Awareness Education Campaign. If you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward.
Terry McDonald. Can we get a graffiti buster out of this? I'm tired of advertisements on TV.
At this point, no. I'm pretty confident in saying this will not fund a graffiti buster. Mr. Mayor? No.
Okay. I would like you not to vote for it because I don't need any more of my TV and radio time listening to this garbage.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Dr. Felcraig, have you made a motion?
Yes, move to approve.
All right. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, this matter is approved unanimously. We are now at 14J. This is AR 239. This is a resolution appropriating, when tendered, $1,438,000 from the Alaska Department of Health and Social Services for the provision of public health preparedness and response for bioterrorism. If anyone would like to speak to this matter, please come forward. Yeah. You're right. I'm sorry, Mr. Gutierrez.
Have you closed the public hearing?
I'm sorry.
It's been a long night.
I apologize. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed, and Mr. Gutierrez
Move
has
to approve.
made the motion, and Mr. Johnson has seconded it. Mr. Gutierrez.
I just, the inflection that you put on the when tendered
Well, it's
was
the
something that was interesting to me, and I spoke with the director of the department earlier and asked the question, well, what's the problem with waiting until we actually have the money? And the answer that I received was that this money will be used to procure swine flu vaccine, and so time is of the essence.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I didn't even notice that till I read it, so thank you. Mr. Coffey?
Just ask everybody to take a look at the salaries, wages, and benefits on page 2 of the AM, lines 24 and 25, over 70%. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, is there objection to approval?
I already pointed it out.
Seeing no objection, that matter is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 14K. This is AR 217. It's a resolution approving additional scope of work to the Northern Communities Water Extension Phase 1 and providing for the assessment of benefited properties at time of service connection, AWWU. Anybody who'd like to speak to this, please come forward. Mr. Warren has been patient.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, my name is Hank Warren. I live on Harold Loop, which is a part of this project. I had a well that I used for some 20-some years, and then my neighbor drilled his well deeper and set off some dynamite in it and ruined my well. For the last 11 or 12 years, I have been hauling water for my home. To haul water, I have a little collapsible tank that holds about 275 gallons that I put in the back of my pickup truck. I go down to the municipal water point, which is down at the police station. I fill that up, then I bring it home and I pump it down into my basement where I have another larger collapsible tank which feeds water into the house system. There are at least 4 or 5 other people on Harold Loop that are hauling water. And also we have at least 3 houses on Harold Loop that their septic system has failed, and they just have a big tank that they pump everything into and periodically have it pumped out. So we have a sort of I believe, a health problem there, and I would really like to see a public septic or public sewer system put in, but we've tried to do that several times and it has always failed. I would like for you to approve this resolution or to do whatever is necessary to allow AWWU to construct a water line to feed those of us on Harold Loop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Starr has a question.
Thanks for coming down and waiting through what we do here. I know it's not always the most interesting, but you're aware that if we approve this, that we'll assess your property and you'll have to pay a fee to hook up. And it's about, I think you're about $17,000 for one.
AWWU has explained all this to us, and they even sent us a certified letter which says the same thing.
Yeah, and it's just a 1-inch water line to your house, right?
Right.
Great. And you have to pay a portion of the hookup on top of the
We have to pay that, and then we have to also pay to have the line from their line into our home.
Right. Okay.
I understand that.
All right. Thank you.
Ready to pay it. I'm 82 years old and I'm tired of hauling water.
I don't disagree. Some do not want to pay it, however. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to Oh, Mr. Flynn.
I was just going to say, Mr. Warren, it's delightful to have you here, sir. You're very different from some of your neighbors. Thank you for coming.
I just want to add that we also did preliminary balloting, and this neighborhood did want this to come in. So, seeing no one else in queue, is there objection? Oh, I haven't closed the public hearing. I'm getting too excited to finish at this point. Would anyone else like to come and speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one else, public hearing is closed. Is there discussion?
I pushed my button. Do we have to say it too now? Or?
I think we need a motion too. I'm being
okay.
corrected
I'll
here.
say it as well as pushing my button.
All right. The motion was made by Mr. Starr and seconded by Dr. Selcraig. Any comments? No comments. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that matter is approved. Thank you, Mr. Warren. All right. At this point, the last item on our agenda is AO108 for extended closing safety hours for bars. This item will be postponed, but you can speak to us now, or will be continued. So if anybody would like to come speak to this matter, the public hearing is now open. Hearing and seeing no one, Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to continue the public hearing to our next meeting on October 27th.
Is there objection?
Yes, hang on, just a question. That's budget. Will we have it done and back from the Public Safety Commission, et cetera, by the 27th?
It's my expectation that we will, and it'll be under old business, so it'll precede the budget testimony.
Okay. Just want to make sure we weren't loading it up. Thanks.
All right. I'm not seeing any objection to that date. All right. Then we're continued to that date. All right. We are now back at Title 21. We've got about an hour and a half. I'm sorry? Our clerk is asking for... Oh, okay. I'm not hearing a request. I would really like to get this started.
So refresh us, Madam Chair, mind speaking out of turn here. You've bifurcated. We've closed the public hearing on the bifurcated amount. You ready for amendments? At this point, we are ready for amendments. I did get a note here that I'm going to read. The sections that are not going to be acted on tonight are the sections regarding exterior lighting, the sections regarding off-street parking and loading, and we probably will not finish landscape screening and fences. All right. The recommendation also from our attorney is that we go section by section. So, you want to start us with a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, move to approve provisionally, as we have done with all the rest of Title 21, the sections 060, 070, and 080. And then I think we should have a second and then do amendments.
Dr. Selcraig is already second. All right. Mr. Coffey, you like to make any opening remarks as chair of the committee?
No. Well, yeah. Here, I want to make sure everybody's got the right paperwork. There was the AIM that I prepared and sent out, and that's the 9-page document. There were staff comments on a requested draft amendments dated October 9th, 2009, which I had the clerk send out, put it on the table tonight, I believe. Mm-hmm. That's the document from the staff with the yellow highlights, 3 pages long. As far as I know, aside from Mr. Starr's amendment, that's all the ones we have in front of us. So if people have those 2 documents plus Mr. Starr's, and then I'll remind everybody in the bound volume, we're looking at attachment 3. It's the one dated September 29th, 2009. They put, in my book, they put the first attachment 1, attachment 2, and then they put attachment 2 in a second time. So it's right there in the middle of your book.
Okay. And Mr. Weaver, do you have any comments from planning before we get started, or do you, or Ms. McConnell?
Hang on one second, Madam Chair.
Oh.
Yes. Right. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Also, I made a mistake. There is a second document. I'm not sure it's been handed out to everyone, dealing with an earlier set of amendments. Can we get that copied? Erica will copy that, Ms. McConnell, and get it out to us. It's a couple, October 8th.
October 8th or October 9th?
No, there's both. There's the 9th, which I think we all have, and there's the 8th, which
we don't.
Ms. McConnell is going to hand out. But we can come to that. It's a couple of amendments. It won't take, well, who knows how long it'll take, but it'll be another piece of paper for us to look at. And they're coming right now. Thank you, Darren. Okay. And once these are handed out, we're ready to start, and I think we can start with the AM. And when I make the motions, I'll refer back to places where there are differential language in, like the staff and us and so on, so we can go through it. Yes?
All right. I've got Mr. Starr in queue. Mr. Starr. Okay. Dr. Selkirk?
I would like to ask that staff be allowed to provide comment on areas that they feel are important, and I guess I would request at this time that as we go through this process, that staff provide us with their opinions should something come up that they'd like to comment on.
I've already talked to Mr. Weaver about that. He'll plug in when.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was in place. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Coffey, you want to start us out?
If everyone has the AIM in front of them. The first amendment is on page 2 of the September 29th draft. It's found on page 2, line 11, section 2107060A, purpose. The motion is to add at the beginning of line 11, after the word capacity, while protecting neighborhood identity and safety. I move that motion. Amendment.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that amendment is approved.
Madam Chair, the second amendment is found on page 4, lines 23 and 24. It deals with an addition of some internal street connectivity, and we ask that we retain language which was deleted in the draft. As I said in my preamble, the yellow and the gray were deletions that were either made by staff, by us, or by P&Z, and right now I couldn't tell you who did what to whom. But the motion is to add the language to the extent reasonably feasible on lines 22 and 23. So moved.
Is there discussion?
I have a comment,
Mr.
is all.
Starr.
And I support it for a couple of reasons. Is in my district in particular, we're up against mountainside developments and things such as that don't allow appropriate pedestrian or that. And I guess the tone also is we glossed over page 3, but it talks about cul-de-sac streets, connectivity, and all the other things. Sounds really great. In a lot of communities, we've got a lot of short, stubby streets, circulars, but we have good buildable space. Goes uphill rapidly, runs into a river, however. So I think this is good, flexible language that just recognizes that one size does not fit all. So it's simple words, but I think the recognition is helpful, and I appreciate the amendment.
Mr. Coffey, you're in.
Yeah, on that amendment, the term to the extent reasonably feasible will be in Chapter 14, the definitions, and it is a defined term that's used consistently throughout this revised Title 21, and so it has a specific meaning. If anybody wants to know what it is, they can ask, because there are other terms of a similar nature.
All right. Is there objection to the amendment? Seeing none, that amendment is approved.
Madam Chair, on page 5, line 17, the motion is to delete subsection D3C 3i, which is on line 17 through 20. That's the part that requires a sign be put at the end of your road. And I move that amendment.
And Dr.
Whoops. Yeah.
We had some discussion in.
Just a moment.
Okay.
I need a second.
Oh, I thought I seconded.
Mr. Starr seconded. All right. There's no one in queue. Did you want to speak, Dr. Selkirk?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead and then.
We had some discussion about this, and it was my understanding that one of the reasons that there was the desire to put the sign up was to indicate to people that that wasn't necessarily public land. There's been this trouble in the past where people have felt like where roads quit, public rights begin. And it seemed to me that it was basically appropriate to leave that in. And I don't think it's a bad idea at all. It just clarifies what the intention is and doesn't raise people's expectations that they have the right to the land into the future.
Mr. Flynn.
That was sort of my question. I had the same, I've heard from, actually not my constituents because everything's built in my district, but I had heard from other districts where future or projects took place that people weren't thinking about perhaps when they purchased their home. It created some conflicts in the neighborhood and it seems worthwhile. Not a big sign, not a big Daigle orange one, but something that tells people who are buying into that neighborhood that there could be a future road extension.
Mr. Coffey.
The theory was it costs money to put it up. You can't maintain it. He's going to, whoever does it's going to be done, going to go away. It'll be knocked over, graffitiized. You know, what are we doing? We're saying that because people think something, we're going to require a sign to prevent them from thinking something that isn't true. If we do that, guys, I mean, we're really going to go a long way down a road that doesn't make a lot of sense. And so I just thought it was an expense that wasn't necessary and probably wouldn't work for very long. Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that you know, it's not foolish language necessarily, but it's sort of unenforceable. It might sound good for the first couple of weeks, but in my district as well, we have a lot of land classified as developmental reserve. And so, you know, developers go to a certain point. We've got 4 or 5 roads that dead end at Powder Ridge. Everybody knows eventually when the market conditions go, they'll probably petition another phase. There's no surprise to the developable land in my area that it's going to be a road connection at some point in time. So, you know, I'm not trying to default from what's representative in my community, but I also drive the upper hillside enough. You're going to put a ton of these things up with the road connections. They don't go through now. They're on the maps. They'll never go through, probably in some cases, and you're going to have signs laying on the ground. So I think it's just not necessary.
Seeing no one else in queue, it sounds like there may be mixed intent on this, so I'm going to put it on the board. If you agree with the amendment, so indicate. That amendment passes 8-3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 4, page 2 of our AIM page, it's line 5, page 5, line 25 of our draft amendment. And it does this. And I should have put this in quotes. Delete unless such provision is, quote, deemed impractical, and substitute to the extent reasonably feasible as determined. And so what we're doing is we're changing the deemed impractical to the extent reasonably feasible as the standard. And I move that amendment.
And it appears Dr. Selkirk has seconded that.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Guys, if you don't, all right, I need clarity because for a while now people aren't speaking when they make the motion and second, and then it changes on the board, and so the clerk is having difficulty. So why don't you go back to the old practice of saying something, and then I can look and see if it's in accord.
And then you'll holler at us for not having pushed a button.
2 things, 2 jobs.
2 at one time?
Mouth and button. Yes, thank you. All right.
Tough.
At this point, it appears Ms. Johnston has seconded. Okay. All right. Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Well, I think I've said it. It changes. It makes it a lower standard.
Okay. I'm sorry. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, is there objection? Seeing no objection, that one is approved.
Madam Chair, I move amendment number 5, which changes the word. That's on page 5, line 31. It changes the word area to site of new development.
Second.
And the reason that we made that change is because nobody knew what area meant, and we're really talking about the site of the new development. So it's just clarity.
Is there any discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. Mr. Weaver, you have the ability to push a button if you need to be where you are. You do? Somebody down there?
Yes.
Good, thank you. I just want to be sure. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on to Amendment 6, page 6, line 12 through 21, section E2B, C, D, and D. And this has to do with sidewalks. And there was a lot of, this is a substantive one. So look at lines 6 through lines, lines 6 through lines 21, which is where it all is now.
Mr. Coffey?
And the motion?
I'm
yeah?
sorry, I just want, could you clarify, there's also the same section motion from the planning staff in there.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. There's saying what? Yeah, I was going to get to that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. If you look at the yellow document dated, I call them staff amendments, dated October 9, 2009, on it's the same section, sidewalks, near the bottom of the first page and continuing over till about the middle of the second page. Madam Chair, I move the one found on the AIM, which is found at the bottom of our page 2 through the middle 3/4 of the way down on page 3. And I need a second so we can talk about it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
I don't want to presume too much, but I believe there was a generalized sense that in low-volume traffic areas, we could have one sidewalk on one side. And so that's what this proposes. I think that you should note that the amendment that the staff suggested has kept in subsection IV4. And that is one that this amendment has deleted because, in essence, we viewed the item 4 as putting a higher cost for having one sidewalk in low traffic areas than what you would find if you just required sidewalks on two sides. So that's, I think, is the main difference between the two. It's a local street, and the other qualifiers that staff put in, we kept in what we have proposed. In other words, it can't be something that's connected to something else and so on. You can read them all. So there's where we stand on that.
Dr. Southcraig?
First, I'd like to hear from the staff on this.
In queue. So.
Pardon? Okay. I initially, I think this has been we talked about this in our last meeting, and I would like to note that two sidewalks have been in every public draft for quite some time. I initially was open to the one sidewalk concept, but I wanted it to be an upgrade, and I think what's been prepared indicates that if we did an upgrade, it's more expensive to the developer than putting the two sidewalks in. So I'm back to the original draft, the draft that was reviewed by Planning and Zoning and that's had all the scrutiny of the public. And I'm not going to be supporting this amendment. I think we should leave the original draft as it is.
Okay.
Question, if I could. What's the original draft?
Basically, this amends, this moves us from one sidewalk to two, as I understand it. I'm sorry, from two sidewalks to one, as I understand it.
That's the amendment, yes?
Yes, and I'm not supporting the amendment.
So you're sticking with the text in 29?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yes, and I do want to, I appreciate Mr. Coffey's work here. We did talk about this. It's just looking at the options. I think we were better off just leaving it alone.
All right. I'm not sure. Erica, are you Mr. Kniefel? Thank you. Mr. Connell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff did prepare this amendment at the request of the Assembly Title 21 Committee, but does not support it. We do encourage the development of sidewalks on both sides of local streets. Having sidewalks on both sides is more safe for, pedestrians. It's more safe for children who are playing on the sidewalks, who are walking to school. These streets are going to be built for the long term. They're going to be around 50, 100 years, and they don't get redeveloped. So if we don't put two sidewalks on them now, it's unlikely there will ever be sidewalks on both sides of the street. And I think it would be fair to say that we have a long ways to go in Anchorage to improve our pedestrian facilities, and this will help a lot. Thank you.
Ms. McConnell, why don't you also clarify, all the discussion has been on the first part, the Class A. If you look at the Class B, could you want to talk about where the staff is on that one?
Sure. We are talking about sidewalks on both sides of streets in Class A zoning districts, which are our smaller lot districts, R1, R2, up through R5. In Class B, there would be sidewalks and walkways as provided in the comprehensive plan, but I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the committee agreed that pedestrian facilities shall be provided on at least one side of collector and arterial streets in Class B.
Thank you. I know you're at a disadvantage. You weren't at
Thank
the
you. I
last
wasn't there,
meeting, but both versions have that in, and that's a change from the draft. I just wanted to point that out.
And that would be something the department would support.
Okay. And with that, Mr. Starr.
Well, again, I talk about my neighborhood and what's important to us. We walk in the street in a lot of cases because we don't have a lot of traffic. And we also have grass and other landscape amenities in exchange for a sidewalk in a lot of cases. We take our green space right down to the road edge, which is also a good way of doing that. And oftentimes we can walk on the grass, sometimes in bare feet. So I'm also at a quandary as to how we're sort of gobbling up developable land here with 7-foot setbacks to sidewalks and street standards, sidewalks. I mean, good gosh, these thoroughfares have got to come out of somebody's land, and it's developable land. And I think there has to be sort of a moderation here where that goes. And I'm not going to babble here, but I'd like to have the chairman come out for a minute. And can you explain to us the dialogues, or to me perhaps, what you're hearing from our community needs? I know it's awkward for you to do, but yield the floor for a second to debate this point, because I don't know which way to support. I'm not happy with the 2 sidewalk, 1 sidewalk requirement in Class B. The further clarification is, and I'll let it go tonight, but I have struggled to find the Class B clarification document, and you tell me it's in Chapter 3, but I pulled that off the shelf, and I don't see it real clear for Class B designation. So I'm going down the path here, so to speak.
Ms. Osander.
Thank you. Comprehensive plan, particularly the Eagle River Comprehensive Plan, talks about rural and urban, but it doesn't define it. We struggled mightily to draw the line, and it was very hard to draw the line. So basically what staff has done, and I believe it is in Chapter 3, has defined, it is not in Chapter 3?
Chair, it's in Chapter 8.
Chapter 8. Well, basically, we were told the way the definition reads is Class B is R6, R7, R8, R9, and R10, and Class A is all other residential. The frustration and the difficulty that we found ourselves in as we started looking at this is how do you define, that's not an adequate definition of rural, or because in some cases you'll have a lot of R6 and then you have an R5 kind of stuck in the middle of it. And do you treat that R5 as a Class A in the middle of Class B? And so we have a conceptual amendment that will be discussed later on that says that we would look at the majority of the zoning district to define the term. The initial document basically said that in Class B, walkways would be provided in accord with the comprehensive plan. The difficulty is we haven't really looked at the comprehensive plan in terms of trail definition. It was put off, and we basically incorporated the old trail system. So at least for our district, the trails are along the Glen Highway and the existing trails. And there isn't much definition beyond that. Some community councils, like Chugiak, for instance, want some additional walking trails towards Mirror Lake School, but it's not listed, to my knowledge, on the comprehensive plan document. So the discussion in committee was, well, at least for Class B, if it's a major street, there should be some walkway provision alongside of it. That's why there was agreement in both Coffey's version and planning staff version that along those collector and arterials you'd have some walkway.
How about the Debbie version? Is there one? Well, can I interrupt just for a second? Because this bores the heck out of the rest of these folks. But
I'm sorry.
I apologize. But what we struggle with, and I try to do it to the best of my ability, it's a default a little bit, but understand, guys, there's two comprehensive plans that I have to look at when I do this. I look at Anchorage 2020 with the comprehensive plan on open space and connectivity and all that other stuff, and then I have to pull the one off that my community supports, which is a totally different comprehensive plan, and I have to do the greater good for both here. So, I could just ignore, hey, whatever happens in Anchorage is fine, but I really try to look at this stuff, and so I want to make sure that the trail connectivity plan and all the other dilemmas that we are getting ourselves into apply to my comprehensive plan as well. And you wouldn't write over 2020 as much as I'm going to write over mine.
Mr. Starr, we have both. We have Class A and Class B.
All right.
The discussion in committee last week was that on the smaller local streets, maybe it doesn't make sense to have a sidewalk on both sides. We particularly talked about cul-de-sacs and tried to envision, is it really necessary to have a sidewalk on both sides? And we asked Mr. Kniefel, who was there, and he is here. I'm sorry, I didn't even see he was here, to ask what the current standard was and had been, and it's by the number of trips that's engendered by the neighborhood. And so the committee intent, last week anyway, was to go with that for small local streets.
Okay, I'll agree with that, but it just launches into a TIA for every street then, right? Through the chair, I guess? No. How do we do the 500 trip measurement?
Mr. Kniefel?
Madam Chair, Mr. Starr, typically what we do is we look at the size of the development, we look at the connecting developments, and we've got some estimates for how many trips typical residential units will generate, and based upon that we can come up with a ballpark number as to how many actual trips we would project on the street.
I mean, I don't want to debate because you guys are professionals, and that's good for a master plan development. Phase 3 of Powder Ridge, you can do that in here, but a lot of my developments going on right now, they're just taking another 500 segment of street, West River Drive, 600 feet. We're getting 8 more lots. How do you know to put a sidewalk on it or not? I mean, that's what I have a quandary of. So it doesn't connect. It dead ends.
Mr. Kniefel, how would you address a situation such as described?
Yeah, never mind.
Never mind?
No, just let it go. I'll
Okay.
hash this out some other time. It's provisional adoption. We can deal with it.
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
This whole thing started from a personal experience in Shah Ali subdivision up by Service High School, where I was running for re-election in the wintertime and saw sidewalks on one side and how well it worked for all the kids. I happened to be there when they came out of school from the high school and the elementary school that are up there. And when we got to this thing and I saw the requirement of 2 sidewalks, I thought, well, wait a minute. This is a lovely little subdivision, and there's not a lot of traffic, and it's at the end of this deal, and why would you have to make a guy put 2 sidewalks, developer, put 2 sidewalks in? And I couldn't see any reason for it. So that's where all of this started from. And I still think if they do it with these local roads, subject to the 4 or 5 criteria they've got in here about not allowing one when you're continuation, it's an anticipated to connect, it's not located within a mixed-use district or multifamily within a quarter mile of a transit, and it's located on site which maximizes continuity, safety, and convenience to pedestrians, why wouldn't we allow it in those small, limited circumstances? Done.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't mind Mr. Coffey's amendment per se. I prefer the version that staff prepared, which is on the October 9 version, which does include item 4 that seeks a landscape separation from the street curb. And I base that on experience in not only in my neighborhood, but actually in some of the neighborhoods represented by Mr. Clayman and Ms. Drummond. So I would prefer to see us vote this amendment down and vote the other one in. Thank you.
Dr. Selkrig. Yeah. Erica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to assure Mr. Starr that this has no impact on the amount of road dedication that will be required, whether there's 1 sidewalk or 2, the same amount of road width right-of-way is required. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
The problem with the 7 feet more of required land is the cost. And you're saying, let's say it's 200 feet. So now you got 1,400 more square feet. That's somewhere around, say, $10 a square foot. Now you've just added, what, $17,000 to the cost attendant on that. And what have you gained by adding $17,000? That's a problem. What I have noticed throughout this entire process is the incremental increase in costs without any real assessment of the true benefit. And the cost is easy for me to say $10 a square foot, so many square feet, blah, blah, blah. It's harder to quantify or measure the benefit we get. In fact, it's very difficult. It depends on each individual case. What I'm trying to do here was put together a very small exception to the 2-sidewalk rule without blowing the cost through the roof. If that goes in, I'll vote for the 2-sidewalk rule because I think this will just make it so costly it won't happen. It's a waste of time. End of story.
Dr. Selkirk.
Mr. Coffey speaks to the reason I'm not supporting this is that I do think that the strategy for the one's more elaborate sidewalk is more expensive. And so that's why I'm not supporting it. And that's why I've gone back to the original proposal that was on the table that went through a fair amount of public process. I do think that this is it's a complicated one. I think there's lots of things in this Title 21 that's going to raise the cost of development. I think this is one of them. I also think that in a northern city where kids are walking to school in the dark, where we have a kind of a history of struggling with pedestrian issues, we do have to turn the corner and really start to build neighborhoods so people and kids can walk around safely. So I'm not going to be supporting this, but I would like to note that Mr. Coffey is quite correct. I think I would suggest you either vote for this or leave it like it is.
Ms. McConnell, and I'm going to assume since that you'll just yield to if somebody else besides you has pushed the button down there since there's one button for the lot of you. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coffey, perhaps I didn't understand, but having a 7-foot separation doesn't actually add any more land costs. That all comes out of the right-of-way width. You have a 60-foot right-of-way width, you have a certain amount of paved roadway, and then you have your sidewalks and your separation. It all comes out of that 60-foot right-of-way.
7-foot wide, sorry. If I might, Madam Chair, we need to get on with this. It certainly increases incremental cost because every bit of road, every bit of incremental use that you have to put to some public purpose sets you further back and allows you not to use it. And it has to be, in addition to being separated, it has to be landscaped. Right now, sidewalks are not set back 7 feet from roadways in the right-of-way. Anyway, this is a small matter, folks. Let's get on with it and vote one way or the other.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my opinion, if we put sidewalks on all new streets, we're going to cut the number of trips that are made by vehicle. The whole intent here is to get people moving, get them off their fat butts and walking. And after approving years of what is it called? Dangerous transportation dollars, hazardous transportation dollars as a school board member for places that did not have sidewalks for kids to walk on. You're forcing the expenditure of additional dollars to keep kids and adults safe. I urge that we leave it alone and make this a much more civilized and walkable city. I wish I had sidewalks in my neighborhood. Like someone said recently, it'll never happen if it doesn't happen when the streets are first built.
Mr. Flynn.
Real quick, what do you gain, Mr. Coffey? You gain a place where, quite frankly, people pile snow in the wintertime, and so pedestrians have some sort of barrier between them and vehicular traffic. You're welcome to come door knocking with me in the wintertime in my district, and you'll see how wonderful it is. Thank you.
I used to live in your
Coffey.
neighborhood.
Mr. Coffey.
Or longer than you, maybe.
You're in queue. No?
No, I'm done.
All right. At this point, I think I better put this one up on the board. The motion before us is the one from Mr. Coffey's sheet. And that motion is defeated. All right. Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, would you offer me or Mr. Coffey, would you mind if I offered the staff version of the amendment before we went on, since we're on that same subject?
Don't ask me, ask her. She's in charge.
Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
We've been sort of following your lead. So with that, Madam Chair, I would turn to the document entitled with the October 9 date on it. It's amendment number 1 as prepared by the planning staff. And it's basically the same thing as Mr. Coffey's, except that it asks for a separation from the curb. And I just asked the question to, I would hit motion, but I can't because it's not on my button here.
Could you clear the board so he can, push on the floor.
Oh, thank you. And just to Ms. McConnell, is landscape, and we use what we call grass in my neighborhood. Does that count, or do I need to clarify?
Okay, Mr. Flynn, just a moment. You made a motion, but I'm waiting for a second.
I seconded.
I'm sorry, Mr. Coffey seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
So I would just ask the question to staff if landscape can simply mean grass like we do in South Addition.
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, grass would count.
Good enough. If
right.
anybody wants to amend the amendment to say something less than 7 feet, I'm open to that.
Is there any discussion? Dr. Selkirk.
I want some clarification in terms of cost. Okay, Mr. Coffey has indicated that he believes that this will be as expensive or more expensive. And Ms. McConnell, can you address that is a little bit more clearly, just to see where we're at?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, within a 60-foot right-of-way, the choice before the body seems to be at least 4 streets with trips of less than 500 average daily trips, either a street section and 1 sidewalk or a street section and 2 sidewalks. The street section, and Mr. Kniefel has provided me with this information, is approximately $200 to $300 per linear foot, and a sidewalk is $5 to $6 per linear foot.
Okay, so, and when we're talking, if we're making a choice between 2 sidewalks and 1 sidewalk, are we talking about 2 sidewalks that abut the street with no green space in between them?
The subdivision section determines that whether or not a sidewalk is separated depends on whether there's on-street parking. If there's on-street parking, the sidewalk can be back of curb, which means abutting the curb. If there's no on-street parking, it requires a separated sidewalk of 7 feet.
And in all cases, we're talking about the same amount of right-of-way. It's just whether or not you build a sidewalk or 2 sidewalks.
For all local streets.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Selkirk, I'm sorry. Were you asking, is it more expensive to build 2 sidewalks or 1 sidewalk?
No, I'm clear about that, but Mr. Coffey indicated that if we built a separated sidewalk, that it was more expensive than building 2 sidewalks. More expensive than 2 sidewalks. That's what his first concern was. And that's not the case, I don't believe, and I think it's been clarified.
Well, I'm totally confused.
Mr. Coffey made a contrast between the proposal, his proposal, and the staff's separated sidewalk proposal, saying that the separated sidewalk proposal will be more expensive than having 2, because he was under the impression that it would require more right-of-way, when in fact it doesn't. Okay, maybe Mr. Coffey can correct. I don't know what he was thinking, but my question has been answered. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Starr.
So we develop the land between the sidewalk and the street, and we plant it with grass. Who mows it and maintains it? Whose responsibility is easement maintenance then?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, in many communities, there are requirements that that area is maintained by the home or by the property owner, but adjacent.
In many communities. What about ours? I mean, like Anchorage.
I'm not actually sure whether that is addressed in the Anchorage Code. I know that there are regulations for commercial districts that require the property owner adjacent to the sidewalk to plow the snow. I'm not sure whether there's a specific code provision that deals with a landscaping strip.
I mean, it was sort of a leading question, because here's what we do is we mandate the development, and then we don't create a mechanism for maintenance. And this is what we do sort of time and time again through this community. We're good at building this stuff, but then we don't maintain it. Then it becomes a mud pit, people park in it, people, whatever. I've seen the development. So I guess I just asked the question, if we're going to go ahead and maintain or mandate that the developer does it, why don't you just go the full boat and mandate the developer maintain it as well? I don't want to leave it open. You know, you're going to make the streets look like this. We don't answer the question of who maintains it. That's all. I don't support it.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
When I lived in Mr. Flynn's district, the difference between the road and the sidewalk was things grew there. And depending upon the person who lived in the house that abutted the sidewalk, that abutted the place where things grew, and then abutted the street, it depended on who did, whether or not the homeowner was responsible and took care of what was the front of their house. I would expect that this would be the case there. Although, so that means you'll have some that are grown high with weeds and some that are real pretty. But if we don't pass something like this, then we're going to leave Eagle River in a lurch, because this contains the same language, does it not, Ms. Osander, that we need to have for Eagle River? Or is that another amendment?
I think it's a separate amendment, and I think it can be addressed.
No, I think it's no, I think it's the same amendment.
First, I'm going to ask.
Yeah, it's got C in it.
I'm going to kind of make a rule here, if I can, that everybody could speak twice on each amendment. That's number one. And then I didn't understand your question, Mr.
My comment. If you look at subsection C on page 2 of the Coffey amendments, then you'll see in Class B zoning district sidewalks, if you look on the staff one, the same language is there. And if you want that change in Eagle River that was put in, then you best vote for Mr. Flynn's amendment, even though it contains a costly 7-foot wide landscape strip. Thank you.
I'll move it second.
I call the question.
Your move to call a question was not seconded.
Second.
All right, a move to call the question has been made. It takes a supermajority to call the question. First I'm going to ask, is there opposition to calling the question? All right, there's no opposition, so the question's been called. Sorry, Ms. Drummond. All right. Mr. Flynn's amendment is before you. It is number 1 on the October 9th requested draft amendments. Please vote.
I'm not voting for it because I'm just back to the same side.
The motion failed.
So we got 2 sidewalks everywhere and no fix for Eagle River.
Well,
No,
at this point, I'm sorry, a further motion would be in order. So who would like to make one? I'm sorry.
Excuse me, can't we at this time deal with the piece dealing with Eagle River that was in the last?
Motion that anybody wants to make.
I would like to move, I'd like to make a motion, and I would like to, on Mr. Coffey's.
Dr. Selkirk, I'm sorry, but Ms. Drummond has been waiting patiently,
thank
so
you.
I'm going to recognize her first. All right. Dr. Selkirk and then Mr. Coffey.
On Mr. Coffey's page second, the list that he was working off of, the last paragraph C, which says in Class B zones, district sidewalks, walkways, trails shall be provided in accordance with the comprehensive plan, and in all cases, pedestrian facilities shall be provided on at least one side of collectors and arterial streets.
Would you like to speak to that?
I think that we recognize that there's a distinction between Class A and Class B. I think this recognizes that there are different needs in terms of pedestrian walkways, and our committee talked about it, and I think that there was a comfort level on the committee regarding this amendment.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is, all we're really doing here is adding the line that says, in all cases, pedestrian facilities shall be provided on at least one side of collector
Correct.
and arterial streets. As on page 6 of the document before us, it already says in Class B zoning districts.
Right, thank you.
At line
shall
20,
be
Ms.
provided.
Drummond's correct.
Yeah, that's 19 and 20. So you're really just adding the second sentence at the bottom of page 2 of Mr. Coffey's amendment.
I think it's highlighted in the staff's amendment draft at the bottom of their page. That line is highlighted on their C.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. All right. Ms. Osander?
I want to let you know that if you approve this, you're also going to have to basically approve later an amendment that clarifies what Class B is.
I'm prepared to do that.
Because conditionally with this, you could have a Class B, and then you can have one lot in the middle, and then you can have another Class B. So you'd have a sidewalk, and then none, and then a sidewalk. So it's really screwy if you leave it like this, folks.
And Ms. Osiander, I think we talked about in that committee, and I'm prepared to do that at that time, when we get there.
Ms. Osiander?
There's no one in queue. I'm sorry. She handed me back the gavel.
I'm sorry, Ms. Osiander, on that comment?
Yes, sir.
Aren't we really dealing with the nature of the street rather than the A and B? If there's a collector or an arterial, there will be one sidewalk. That's all it says. So if the road is classified, it doesn't matter what property it runs in front of.
Okay.
It's the classification.
Good point. Thank you.
But I agree with Ms. Selcraig that when we get to that predominant zoning and so on in the Class B, we'll address it.
All right. Dr. Selcraig's amendment is before us. Is
I
there
urge
any
approval.
further discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing none, that is approved. All right. Mr. Coffey, I'm going back to you now.
Amendment 7 on page 6, lines 12 and 21, and it's basically to change the word from facilities to walkways. We were and I moved that. Okay. We were told that walkways was the generic term for trails, sidewalks, and so on and so forth. Yeah, well, we were in the meeting, so maybe it's not now. But what we needed is facilities is the word that's there now, and we wondered on Saturday whether or not it was a facility. So that's the basis for the motion.
Ms. McConnell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for not being there on Thursday to clear this up. We do need to do further work in our cleanup to clarify sidewalk, walkway, pathway, and trail. All four of those terms are used in the pedestrian plan. Pathway is not used in Title 21, but we are trying to coordinate this with the pedestrian plan. Pedestrian facility is intended to encompass all of those terms, so this would allow a sidewalk or a trail, which are generally the two types of pedestrian facilities that you would get along collectors and arterials. So we would urge leaving the word facility in place. Thank you.
And I think I've given the wrong citation, too. I made a mistake here. Where is it?
It's at the top of page 7, line 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Well, we didn't, the reason that we did it, so should we just let it go? All right, withdraw the motion if it's okay.
Is there objection to withdrawing the amendment? There's no objection from anyone, so the amendment is withdrawn.
The rest of page 3 and the top of page 4 was meant to be a comment to give everybody a heads up on this predominant zoning theory that we're trying to develop. So do we add that on the top up there, Ms. Osiander? Do you think the applicability, we do the reservation, applicability of predominant zoning provision?
Mr. Coffey, I would recommend that we include after the word Class B just a reference that, how did we do that, Erica? We said it was reserved, didn't we?
Madam Chair, I believe you are going to put a new D in there.
Mr. Coffey? I don't know what she means, a new D.
I'm sorry, you've lost me as well. The idea was where we had Class B, we would reference the fact that we're going to do that thing and reserve a section. So would that be found on line page 6, line 19?
Mr. Coffey, Harriet's found it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's at the very last paragraph in the draft amendments document dated October 9th.
Yeah.
Though it refers to dumpsters, that's the reserved subsection to establish that in areas of Chugiak Eagle River where Class A and Class B districts are interspersed, if the Class B districts are predominant in the area, then Class B district provisions for whatever shall apply. That's the paragraph.
Except I don't think we need in Chugiak Eagle River. It's more general.
Okay. Or anywhere in the
Anywhere you have
community.
Class B. Okay. Is that okay, Mr. Coffey?
It's fine with me, but I don't know where it's going on page. Where is it going where we are in the current status of amendments? because there's a provision there to add it where we did facilities and walkways.
Mr. Coffey, could I suggest that after the word Class B, you interject the words in brackets, reserved to establish, let's see, reserved where Class A and Class B districts are intermixed. If the Class B districts are predominant in the area, then the Class B district provisions shall apply.
Where is that you want it inserted? Page
After the word Class B.
Page and line.
On page 6, line 19.
Fine, that's what I thought. And so I would make that motion. Page 6, line 19.
Second.
After the words Class B. With the intent being to give notice that we've got more work to do. That's all, folks. But ask for unanimous consent.
Ms. McConnell, did you want to comment on that? All right. Ms. Drummond, did you want to comment on that? Okay. All right. Page 6, line 19, following the words Class B, the wording would be inserted in brackets, reserved to establish that in areas where Class A and Class B districts are interspersed, if the Class B districts are predominant in the area, then Class B district provisions shall apply. It's basically most of what's on page 3.
Thank you.
Is that correct,
Yes.
Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
And can we just clarify that, sorry to interrupt, but we have Class B in the Upper Hillside too, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay, so it's just not specific to Chugacki.
No, that's why I did not read the words Chugacki.
I'll go back and dig up my chapter 8 if that's where it is, but I really tried to get it in my head clear, so thanks.
It's tricky. All right.
Without objection, Madam Chair, that can be approved.
Is there objection? Seeing none, that matter is approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 8 on page 4 of the AIM. It says deletion and a substitution. It's on page 6, line 33. And what we're saying, it says right now within residential and or non-residential developments, what we are doing is deleting residential and or non-residential, and we're saying within new developments. Move that amendment. Madam Chair, the discussion at the committee was around redevelopment and the idea that there might be some redevelopment, that it might be short of the entire block and would become very difficult to put cut through in. And so we just basically limited it to new developments and the blocks of that length. Thank you.
Is there, seeing no discussion, is there any objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection to the amendment. Oh, wait a minute. Ms. Drummond, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My notes from the committee meeting show that we were going to use new and redeveloped, making allowances for my old neighborhoods that have 1,500-foot-long blocks that need cut-throughs.
My understanding, and the reason I wrote it this way, was that we discussed that, but we thought, what if a guy had two lots together? Is he going to have to, in that lengthy 900 or greater block, is he going to have to build a path through the middle? And I thought we said, we understand if he's doing a short part of it, that it's different than if it's something new, because you'd put the entire burden on those two lots, for example. And that's the debate point, and we should, if we want to go further, we can discuss it here. I understand the issue.
If I could interject, my memory of the discussion was also that it's awfully hard to control if one person does a redevelopment in the middle of a block. Are they going to be required to do the connection? I think that was what we talked about.
But it also says the standard may be waived by the decision-making body.
That's
so
true.
I would urge that we make it new and redeveloped.
Are you going to amend it?
I'll amend the motion. Add the word "and redeveloped."
Second.
And Mr. Gutierrez has seconded it.
As soon as the
Do you want to speak any further to it, Ms. Drummond?
No.
All right. I guess Dr. Selkirk.
I'd like a comment from the staff in terms of the implications of adding redevelopment. Does that mean that if somebody does something in the middle of an old subdivision does a redevelopment of a piece of an old subdivision, they're obligated to do this? Or how would this be understood?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, without having the benefit of the discussion last week, my interpretation would be that, yes, somebody redeveloping a section of a mid-block section of a long block would be required to, if this language were passed, would be required to provide this walkway.
I have to ask, Ms. Drummond, is that actually your intention, that if somebody did a two-lot development, that they would be responsible for the whole street?
It's happening voluntarily in Spenard. Developers understand that you want connectivity in your area. And between Northern Lights and West 27th, there are no less than 3 cut-throughs that are informally developed and maintained by the property owners on both sides. I think a smart developer would look at connectivity. Besides, it says it can be waived by the decision-making body if it's deemed unnecessary.
All right, Mr. Coffey?
What if he's redeveloping one lot?
Yeah, I just don't know.
You see, the problem is that you're taking something that might work. And voluntary is great. I got no problem. People can do what they want. But if you've got one small section of a rather long block and you're going to put all the burden of this on that one property owner, first of all, I think you probably have a condemnation question because you're taking a roadway for public purposes and you better pay him. But that's a secondary question. I think the new development, it can be planned and incorporated. I think if you've got existing or redevelopment, that it's not a good idea. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, I'm going to put that one, Ms. Drummond's amendment on the board, which is to add the words, and redeveloped. Please vote. And that one failed, so we're back to Mr. Coffey's to substitute the word new. Is there any further discussion on that? Is there any objection to that? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. Mr. Coffey, you want to keep going?
Madam Chair, page 7, line 6, on-site pedestrian connections. And what we're doing here is deleting in the first sentence of this subsection entrances with each lot line that abuts and substituting the word entrance to the abutting primary street frontage. So you can read it. If this amendment is approved, a walkway shall connect the primary entrance to the abutting primary street frontage. And I make that motion.
And Ms. Johnston seconded? All right.
And Madam Chair, the purpose of this was we didn't want to have people having to build a sidewalk to one street out of their door and then a sidewalk to another street out of the same door. And so if it was a duplex and they had a door on the north and a door on the east, then there'd be one to that road and one to this road. But you wouldn't have that one primary entrance having to build one to the street to the left and one to the street out front.
Mr. Starr?
Can you just clarify what this looks like then? So as opposed to being able to walk out of your front door onto your driveway, what we're saying then is everyone's got to walk out of their front door onto a pathway?
That's what it says.
And so we basically are telling these guys how to landscape their front yards to get to the street, even though
we are.
Okay.
What it says now is they may have to build two, so I thought this was a little better than that.
Ms. McConnell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to clarify that this does not apply to single and two-family development.
Okay. Any further discussion? Is there objection to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment's approved. Mr. Coffey, looks like we're at a question.
Well, it was, because I didn't have a chance to ask staff this. And subsection F is the part that is found on page, it starts on page 8. And it says, I thought that under F, everything was either menu-driven or choices as opposed to required, but I wasn't sure, so I asked the question, are there mandatory things in the section, or are these menu items? So I thought staff could answer that tonight.
Through the Chair, Mr. Coffey, the vast majority of them are optional, but number 3, the walkway, that's a standard term. I mean, we just spoke in the previous amendment of requiring a walkway, so this kind of gives the standard of what a walkway is. And the very last one, bicycle parking facilities, gives the standard for that, which is required in the parking section.
I thought walkway on page 9 at the top there was definitional, not requirement-driven. And what was the other thing you said was?
Bicycle parking facility. It's the definition of what a walkway is when we require a walkway in different sections. So that's why it says may be required.
All right. Okay. It's not a big item. It just was a clarity question. Thank you. Page 8, line 7 is the, I think I'm on the right page.
Page 8, yes, you are.
Trails, line 7. Oh, yeah, that's the language that says, or, and move this, or the park director as appropriate. That's at the end of line 7 on page 8. I move that. I think it's self-explanatory. It wouldn't hurt for the park director to talk about what's going to be required in the parks.
That's fine. Yes.
Seeing no further discussion, is there objection? Seeing no objection, that amendment is approved.
Okay, the next one's page 9, line 11. It's except for walkways within parks which may remain unimproved, and the question was, what does improved mean? We were worried about having to, if there's just trails through parks that don't have, gravel or anything else on them, do they have to be improved? And the answer we thought was no, but then the question came up, what precisely do you mean by improved?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coffey.
Just a second.
Thank you.
Please. Mr. Connolly, will you weigh in on the buttons if you, okay, go ahead now.
My apologies. The levels of improvement are basically the standards you have to come up to that are determined in the subdivision section, and in the chart of pedestrian improvements, unimproved is actually a choice of improvements, and I know that sounds kind of strange, but it would worry me a little bit if this amendment were in here, partly because there is the option at 2108050H to be unimproved, and with this amendment, it would really kind of imply that the only ones that don't have to be improved would be walkways within parks, when there are actually other types of walkways or trails that don't need to be improved. So I don't think this amendment is necessary.
Doesn't it add clarity, Madam Chair?
Erica, we got stuck in committee with that whole improved means unimproved. It was sort of confounding. But if it's specifically in the definition, then I guess my thought is she's right and we don't need it. But maybe we should strive for another definition where we say improved doesn't mean unimproved. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Coffey, did you want to pursue the amendment or
Which
not?
one? I don't care.
11.
You,
Withdraw it.
All right. I was suggesting forgetting it, but it's your amendment.
I'm sorry, Ms. Osander, but I'm going to correct that. On Saturday, you told me this is something you wanted. So let's not lay it on me because I never even thought about it. But if you want me to withdraw it, I'll withdraw it.
Thank you for doing this.
All right. Is there objection to withdrawing the amendment?
No.
Seeing no objection, that amendment is withdrawn.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Mr. Coffey.
Amendment 12 on page 5 of the AIM, page 9, lines 14 through 17. What I did was, rather than try to go through this and do it, is I just copied it without the capitalizations of the deletions. And so what it says is the underlined portion in quotation marks. A primary pedestrian walkway is intended to provide an unobstructed, so on and so on and so forth. And it incorporates what's in 4 lines 14 through 17, and some of the other language. It is also found on page 2 of the October 9th, 2009 staff report. So I moved the one in the AIM.
All right. And it appears that Dr. Selkirk is seconded.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Davis, you actually have a name. You're not Mr. Kniefel. Go ahead.
Yes, the proposed amendment number 12 also includes a deletion of the first sentence, basically page 9, lines 20 and 21. A sentence states the primary pedestrian walkway shall have an unobstructed clear width of at least 8 feet. That deletion's based on the assumption that it's redundant to the to similar language up above. And on lines
Yes.
14 through 17. But basically,
Wait,
Uh,
Mr. Davis, I'm sorry, it does say a primary, it says exactly what, it doesn't delete
Madam
it.
Chair, in the draft, they had language shall be in
Design.
14 shall be wide enough for two couples
And we
to
got rid of
pass.
that.
And we got rid of that, and we said 8 feet, and we said it once, not twice.
Okay.
So if there's two couples to pass, that's.
All right, Mr. Davis,
whichever
I'm
you
sorry, I
prefer.
didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. The language there in that first paragraph, a primary pedestrian walkway is intended to provide an unobstructed. That paragraph is definitional. It's an intent statement. The language in B on lines 20, 21, that actually provides the standard. That provides the requirement that there be 8 feet. So without that we would lose the requirement for 8 feet. So the first paragraph is basically definitional. It's basically an intent statement, and staff recommends that B remain.
All right, Mr. Coffey, you're next. Go ahead.
Well, Madam Chair, a primary pedestrian walkway is intended to provide unobstructed clear width of at least 8 feet for pedestrian movement. It's at least 8 feet wide. It's not wide enough for two couples to pass. It's 8 feet wide. What more clarity do you need? I mean, this is the kind of, to me, this is just small, nitpicky stuff. We've said it's got to be 8 feet wide. That's what we're requiring. And that's enough. They want to leave the two couples in.
Right.
I have a question.
Dr. Selkirk.
For some reason, Mr. Davis, what you said made no sense to me at all. I'm sorry. The fact is that as I understand it, is we just took out the couples. We're not deleting, I don't believe Mr. Coffey was deleting A. He was talking about B. Is that correct, Mr. Coffey? Yes. Okay, and so I'm confused, Mr. Davis, as to what you were talking about.
Mr. Davis, could you respond?
I mean, it seems to me they're basically the same thing. Are you concerned about dropping the design to be wide enough for two couples to pass?
Through the chair, item B on lines 20, 21 is a standard. It's a requirement. The lines 14 through 17 are basically intended to explain, be definitional, be an intent statement. So without items A, B, C, D, or E, there is no standard. All you have is an explanation of what a primary pedestrian walkway is. The amendment to change design to be wide enough for two couples to pass, to change that to read, intended to provide an unobstructed clear width, came at the request of the committee, and it's basically attempting to clarify it's an intent statement. The word design is changed to an intended. B would be necessary in order to ensure that there is an 8-foot standard.
Madam Chair?
Could you hold on that, Mr. Coffey, or did you want to directly respond? Mr.
Directly
Gutierrez has been waiting. Go ahead.
Look, I've read code for 35 years, but I'm not going to get into this kind of an argument. My motion was the stuff within the quotes. We can just forget the second line that says delete it, and we can say it 2 times. I don't have any problem with it. It's just insane to spend any more time on this. If they don't understand how code is read, then I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. So I'm taking that. Are you trying to amend your amendment?
I never made the motion about the second part. They brought it up. I only moved the part in quotes on page 5 inside.
Okay. We can't hear you on the mic.
Large walkways.
All right. Mr.
I'm not
Coffey is
talking loud enough
clarifying
either.
his motion to say that he did not move the deletion. He merely moved the addition, the underlined language. Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. So at this point, what's before you is Mr. Coffey's number 12 underlined language. Is there any further discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, that is approved. All right. We've got time, Mr. Coffey, for maybe 1 or 2 more.
Let's hope we don't waste as much time as we did on the last one.
Thank you, Mr.
Item
Coffey.
13, page 15, line 2. And this is, page 15, line 2. Oh, yes, okay. This is under the non-residential development adjacent. What we are requested to add is found on the top of page 6, and it ends after the word such conditions, and it adds the following. Must be based on findings which support the imposed conditions as required by 2107-070B. Move it.
Discussion.
Intended to make sure that there's findings that support the requirements.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Who makes these findings?
The body that makes the decision. Be it plating, be it planning and zoning, be it UDC.
All right.
They already make findings. This just really makes it clear.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection? Seeing no objection, that one is approved.
Amendment 14, page 6 of the AM, page 21, table 21.70.020. It is it's an amendment that you requested. It's on the first page of that. It adds to after arterial and expressway in the table, L3.
Second.
It puts landscaping where there wasn't any, consistent with the other landscaping requirements along arterials and expressways when it's in the large lot districts.
All right. That's good. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection? Seeing none, that matter's approved.
Item, it's also on the table. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We're on the landscaping screening, and we go to page, again, the table. There's a new footnote requirement, and it's this. It's the same table, but we're asking, you see there's little footnotes there, 10 and 8 and 9, and we're asking that a new footnote be added dealing with the RO in Class B areas. So you look down and find RO. There's already a footnote, number 8 there. We're asking them to add another one, which would deal with the reservations for the predominant zoning. And so all they do is on the next page, they put it in the footnote section. So moved.
Ms. McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that this new section that we're reserving about the predominant zoning won't just apply to RO. It will also apply to other types of Class A zoning districts that might be surrounded by Class B or Class B surrounded by Class A. Is that correct?
Did I respond?
Yeah. No. Well, what a silly question.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. It came up because we were struggling to deal with the large lot rural RO. At this point, it's just a reservation. This is not direction to deal with anything else in particular, but the RO, I questioned in committee if it should be treated as other large lot residential instead of being treated as B3. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I might
Go ahead,
add,
Mr.
if we're going to work toward, the committee agreed we'd work toward this, and if we're going to work toward this modifier of the Class A and Class B to talk about predominant zoning in various areas, which not fully fleshed out, it's not understood, what Ms. Osiander asks is that because RO is a different breed of cat in her district than it is in the urban areas, that we note that we're going to be doing something different as we get through this whole thing. That's all. And I support it. And I think we all should support it. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing none, that matter's approved. Maybe
Two more.
Two more. Okay.
Yeah. Number 15. 16. It's on page 27. It deals with the parking lot interior landscaping. When the draft went to P&Z, and this is on down in line, 3 little I, D, 3 little I. When this went to planning and zoning, it had 30 spaces in a single line. When it came back, it had 20. The motion is to make it 25, split the difference. Yeah, and here's, if I can get a second, I'll.
Ms. Johnston seconded you.
Here's why I did it. Is It's difficult to get the costs, but there was some reason it was 30, and there's some reason it was 20, and the idea of ameliorating against the costs of doing this is the reason that I did it. 25 cars is less costly than 20. It's more costly than 30. And I can't quantify it, but it is costly that way. Thank you.
Seeing no discussion, is there objection? Are you handing out something about this? Oh, the next item, great, okay. Seeing no objection, that amendment's approved. Yes, it is, apparently.
Yeah, okay. Page 17, line 27, page 27, lines 25 and 32. The landscaping on the buffer that has to be built for the parking lanes is 8 feet in the text. I'm moved to reduce it to 6 feet. If I get a second, I'll tell you why. Thank you. The reason is, in addition to the 8 feet, you've got an overhang requirement of 2 feet, setback requirement of 2 feet on each side of this requirement. That means you'd have to have 12 feet. And I thought if you had 6 feet of landscaping with 2 setbacks on each side of 2 feet, you'd be having 10 feet of land being used rather than 12. Again, that's the basis for the motion.
Ms. McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 2-foot overhang is not necessarily going to be part of the landscaping bed. It can be part of the landscaping bed, or it can actually be part of the parking space. Mr. Tremont has just handed out a comment from Dwayne Adams, who's a landscape architect in town, and who highly recommends that we retain an 8-foot wide parking lot landscaping island, and so I encourage you to read his comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Selcraig.
Staff, a follow-up question to Ms. O'Connell. Could you explain is there a way that we could include then an amendment that would say that if you chose to make that 2 feet part of your part of your landscape bed, in other words, I guess I am concerned if we're along the lines of what Mr. Coffey just described. Am I have anybody's attention there? I know you're talking to. I'm concerned that we're basically requiring 12 feet. 8 plus 2 plus 2 is 12, right? So if a developer wanted to take that, is there some way we could recommend that it be part of that 8 feet?
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, I do believe we could craft language, hopefully for next meeting, that would clarify that the landscaping width needs to be 8 feet, but that could include.
Could you do that, please?
Overhang. Sure.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
If it's not 12 feet and it's 8 feet, then my problem goes away. What I was worried about, and if you can see it, they have told us that every landscape bed, you got to push that 2 feet further, the car 2 feet further away, so that bumper or whatever doesn't hang over into the landscaping. And so that meant 2 feet on this side and 2 feet on that side. That meant 12 feet. If they're willing to get rid of the extra 4 feet, then I got no problem.
So,
Mr. Coffey, then, are you suggesting
sure.
that
Let's
this be
wait
deferred?
and see what they come up with.
All right.
Absolutely.
So would there be could you make a motion to continue
I'll move to
this?
withdraw the 17, Amendment 17, pending what they're going to bring us.
Is there objection from the body with withdrawing that? Seeing no objection, that's withdrawn. We've got about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can do this one. I don't think we're going to have any trouble with this one. This is on page 33, line 17. We're adding language at the end after the words approved permit, and we're adding, or by a certified irrigation contractor who certifies that the irrigation system was constructed to national standards. And the reason we did that is because we were told that there might not be any permits associated with irrigation systems. So this is an either-or thing, and it provides a basis for the department to waive the bond requirement. And my question was, who does that? I'm assuming it's the permit department, but I would like to get an answer to that question on the top of page 7, too. Thank you.
Would you like to, can someone answer Mr. Coffey's question now? Mr. Jones? Ms. McConnell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to propose adding by the director on line 16 after the word waived.
Without objection. Friendly amendment.
Is there, okay, I'm not seeing anybody object to that wording being added. All right. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair.
Add by the director. All right. That matter is before us. Dr. Selcraig is next, then Mr. Starr. All right, Mr. Starr.
No, I withdraw too. That answers it.
All right, Mr. Coffey, anything further?
No.
All right. Is there objection to the amendment? Seeing none, that matter is approved.
Number 19, top of page 7 of the AM. It's on page 33, line 34. It's what it says, if you read, 34 and 35, it says refuse collection receptacles should be adequately screened from abutting streets and properties. What this amendment does is screen from the abutting primary street. The idea being we don't want garbage collection in the front, basically, on the primary street. But if I have a garbage can in my backyard and my neighbor does in his backyard, and if I'm standing in my backyard and I can see his, I don't want him to have to build a screening device, nor do I want him to require me to. It seems as if it's overkill by requiring all these protections from 360 degrees of viewing. So we said, keep it off the primary street, good enough. And that's the basis of Amendment 19, and I move it.
All right. Ms. McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have two concerns with this. One is the situation of corner properties, and the other is the situation of residential properties that are abutting commercial or industrial properties that may have their dumpsters in the back. So in general, we don't object to Mr. Coffey's desire to reduce the number of places where you have to screen from, but we do have those two concerns.
Mr. Selkirk.
Don't we have screening requirements between commercial and residential?
There's landscaping requirements, but that won't necessarily provide a consistent visual buffer in all situations.
I guess from my perspective, the landscaping requirements might address that, but I can understand the concern at as corner properties. Do you want to improve this so that it addresses when a corner property exists?
Or just delete "and properties" so that it says screened from abutting streets.
No.
So
the question is that there are alleys, there are streets all different, there are streets all around. Is there can we say, and would you, Mr. Coffey, consider, for a corner property, addressing the issue of a corner property?
Mr. Coffey.
Corner property, I understand. Guys, here's my general view of the screening issue. It's this, is that we're trying to make it better, but we're not trying to make it hugely difficult or ridiculous. I remember once we had a proposal that we make it so you couldn't hear any noise at the property line. And it's impossible to do. This is impossible to screen at 100% unless you take it in your house. So where's the balance, guys? If the sole concern is something that would address corner lots, then I would suggest we agree to bring corner lots back next time. And then I had one quick question before we do it. What is the screening requirement for commercial abutting residential? I think it's L3, isn't it? So that's pretty significant. And if you can kind of look through the trees and see somebody's dumpster 30, 40 feet away, I'm sorry. Life's tough. You're in a city. Thanks.
Is there objection to this amendment?
I guess I'd like to hear the answer to Mr. Coffey's question. Is it L3?
Madam Chair, I'd note I think we're
was hoping we could do a quick vote, but I don't know if we can, if Dr. Selcraig wants to pursue the question.
Let's just finish this next week and get the corner thing sorted.
Can we vote now?
Yes, I'm ready, and then we'll do corners next
All right.
week.
Is there objection? Yes or no?
To voting now, I'd like to get the corner thing straightened out. I just think we'll do a better job if we finish this at the
All right, I'm
beginning
going
of
to put on
next
the
week.
board.
Are we putting on the board to vote now?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you approve the amendment,
Madam Chair, I show 11 o'clock. I don't
I'm
think
going
we
to
should
take
be-
this vote, Mr. Clayman. We're voting on Mr. Coffey's amendment.
On Mr. Coffey's amendment?
We're voting on Mr. Coffey's amendment. All right, Mr. Coffey's amendment is approved. At this point, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And everything else will be continued. And I'm not sure if we're going to continue this at the next meeting.
I would have supported it next week. Fine, I would have supported next week. I just didn't want to.